he would have called.
Вот здесь там было. Дама, дама, 7, то здесь там было.
У нее был валет.
А ты хочешь сказать, что уже прошла трансляция?
Вот она.
Здесь у него?
Да, у меня дам было.
Вау.
Просто дама?
Слушай, а ты какой-то VIP здесь в казино или что? Всем не разрешают телефоны держать на столе, а тебе разрешают?
Да, да. Не
Маму?
Big fan of Lamani's watch. Not sure what it is. Very elegant. Babinchev's just been incredibly card dead. Going to be more than willing to get his final 10 in if he can pick up a hand. Vizhinov been pretty active. I think he played that hand with the nines incredibly well against Fatih earlier on. To really set the trap. Fatih with the 3-bet in the hijack. The King Queen out. Starting off the hand around 46 effective. Vizhinov got to be somewhat concerned about being dominated and does just let it go.
I win one hand with you, yes. Yes.
I folded one of my best hands.
You say this every time.
8 and 8.
Now I got the flow.
Lubovetsky, the silent assassin. Popping things up from +1, playing 1.6 million.
Let's start the show.
Fatih with
Maybe.
Queen 10 suited. Andre
Call.
fresh off a bracelet win. Took down the WSOP Europe 1K Turbo freeze out. Kid is a bit of a crusher, not gonna lie. Had two final tables. Oh, sorry, one final table during the World Series during the summer. The 3K PLO. $25K, 20K, he's playing 25Ks. I mean, this kid is special. I do apologize, it's not his first bracelet.
said about showtime?
2 bracelets.
Where is the
First
ticket?
cash back in 2011. Did not expect that. 11 years ago.
Билетики тоже надо убрать со стола, Стив.
Number 7 on the
Half price of floor.
Ukrainian all-time money list. See Eugene Kachalov way out in front.
So there is 3.
Vati. The Queen High clubs. 27% equity. Atanasov with just 8 high, ace high rather. Gonna continue firing. Did 3-bet 3-bet squeezed. Lubovetsky opened.
350.
Vati flat called. Atanasov squeeze from the hijack. Vati now getting 3-1 on a call. So in terms of realizing her equity, she's getting the right odds. She is just going to fold. Well, she hasn't folded. I do apologize. She must have slid in a time extension. I thought I saw her just muck her cards. Just slide her cards forward. Wow. Take a bow. Vati just... I tell you what, chat. She's just dialed in, man.
Interesting
Back time to
spot.
bluff.
Check jam's turn.
So aggressive table. Box number 1 and box
Once,
number 4.
once the 3 came on the turn, I said the lady's winning.
Yeah, 3 on the turn, of course.
Yeah, that's it.
It's 100%.
The hand is sealed.
Я тоже так хочу.
Brother, ты на что учился?
You have enough chips only for call. You can check raise turn.
And call squeeze flop.
Say 53 jump, yeah?
53, yeah, two players more. An easy $770. Easy.
2 more eliminations till the next pay jump. Go from 4K to 4,770K. We hear a couple of players at the table talk about how easy the pay jump that's going to be. All right for some.
Easy money.
Easy money.
Easy money for Vati, up to 2.2
Everybody
million.
saw left hand and
Came to
nobody
this
wanna
feature
play with
table with $1 million.
Причем такие различия.
Played some big
I
pots.
don't want to play with me either.
That jam with the Queen 10.
Bad poker player.
Where are you from?
You're doing good.
Cyprus.
Absolutely loved it.
Brazil.
But not like Brazil, yeah.
No, I look like Russian, not Brazil.
Yeah, sure.
No,
but
you
you
play
play like Brazil.
Play style. Play style. Very.
You are from
aggressive.
not Cyprus, looks like Russian, and play like a Brazilian.
More
That's a
crazy
good
than
combo.
that.
You look Dutch to me.
Dutch. But anyhow, I'm pretty, yes? Yes?
What?
Anyhow, I'm pretty. Yes?
How one PD? What?
I'm pretty, beautiful.
Yes.
You are not beautiful. You're the most beautiful.
Okay. When you are Olina, I will fall.
But what if you want to?
Love this table
Yeah,
chat.
but I must think about it, you know. Don't say all in like a
55.
55 race.
big race, something like this.
Do we stay here after this level or we move?
We move.
Last 11 minutes in TV table, yeah.
We move.
We move on a normal table,
And
and
how many levels we play today? Does anybody know?
8 maybe, no?
I think till final table, no? Till 2 table.
I don't know.
No, they have a big.
Yesterday it was the first time that we played 10 levels
No,
in day
no,
2.
but they have a big.
With dinner break and
They have a big concert at the Diamond. Was,
You wanna go to concert?
It's not. It's. I think a lot of people came here
Ah,
to
wanna
see
go
a
to a
famous
concert?
Arab singer.
Which kind of concert?
But it's a singer. It's an
Singer,
Arabic singer.
popular singer.
Used to be popular. He's not so popular
he used
now.
to be popular.
Something like a son of.
Bob Marley.
Yeah.
No, he's an older guy.
Of hotel director.
But I think they will stop the tournament because a lot of players
Wanna
The
go.
same.
probably. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we're hearing about a concert that's
But
happening
anyway,
at the
he's not-
Diamond. Let's
doesn't
jump back
start
into
until
this
10:30, so.
because Lubovetsky has woken up with the aces in the big. It's gone under the gun +1 open from Atanasov off of 23 bigs. Vojinov in the small blind is just flat with the ace queen of diamonds. And somehow Lubovetsky has found the final 2 aces. Final 2 aces in the big. Atanasov with the decision for his tournament life, pretty much. Don't think he gets to play many flats here. It looks like he's thrown in another time bank chip extension. I can't say I blame him, the Bulgarian. Second live stop.
All in.
Does eventually move all in. Actually now on Vojinov in a bit of a sandwich. Don't think he's too concerned about Atanasov. To be perfectly honest with you, the tank and the jam didn't come across as incredibly strong. Zhenov maybe picking up on that, just concerned about Lubovetsky. He does eventually get out of the way, and a snap call from the Ukrainian.
Интересно, ты под-
Спасли.
Tables, the two aces.
Вот такая штука световая.
You know how it works?
Yes, I remember it, but now it's more difficult. But
Couple of
I'm not sure.
Keep fake.
Last time,
Remember the ace queen there? Oh no, different,
do it, man, do it.
different
What?
picture.
What?
Say,
Queen.
yeah.
Oh.
good.
Well, there we go.
Out.
It's never easy. Picks up 4 outs on the turn. Lubovetsky looking to hold. He does
game, man.
hold this time round. Chips up to 2.2 million. We lose the Bulgarian.
Это вообще
Atanasov
отмороженный,
in
да?
55th.
Вообще не уважается его сквизов таких вот.
Play with only
Cash
aces,
in
sir?
for
You play
4
with only aces?
point. Sorry, just 4K.
Since yesterday, I decided on the aces.
Next ladder in
The
just a
thing
couple of
is you
spots
didn't have
time.
ace king.
Yeah, I think
I
ace
thought
queen
when-
suited. Ace king is
Я
sharp.
тебе
They don't
говорю,
take
посиди,
free time.
покайфуй, вот закажи
Yeah.
пивка, блядь,
But
сиди, зарабатывай
I
бабки,
think
нахер тебе эти стрессы.
because it's ace queen suited.
Это выставление, нервы,
Отсюда
сиди,
видно.
все, кайфуй.
Yeah.
Там где-то да-да, нет-нет, я еще разочек с малого блайнда выкину. Опять круг кайфуешь. Если бы ты каким-то чудом сюда заполз, то мог еще и выиграть раздачу. Ну, честно, мне вообще не нравится его пуш с туздам его там.
Что не нравится?
Пуш с туздам его.
So there is going to be table rebalance of sorts once we lose one more player. See if that
Видно
happens
сразу, сидит
before
какой-то
or
бизнесмен на
after
большом
the
блайнде.
break.
Видел тузов, подсквизил. Вряд ли там есть что-то еще.
Only aces, guys.
Буду знать. Королей выкину.
How much you have now?
2.2.
54 remain. I believe it's now 8-handed once we get ITM.
Fold.
I'm not 100% sure.
Такую феерическую игру, конечно, показываешь через столе.
Согласен, будет что проанализировать.
Fatty defending the big with the 950. Just absolutely loves getting in the mix. She's in the big blind. She wants to see a flop.
My big blind. You are stealing my big blind. Show me the 3. Ah, not.
Can I touch?
You can look, but you can touch.
From where this rules? What place? I can't understand.
So a short stack at the table. Less than 10 bigs. He's been
From
nursing
the
that stack for some
antique
time.
Store, you know?
I think about
antique
same.
store, antique store, yeah.
I do.
Jesting about not picking up hands. 3 more minutes. I'm going to finish the levels, take a quick look at one of the outer tables. Table number 5. Don't recognize anyone. Not that I've seen. I recognize that lady. She was
Oh, hello.
Hello.
at the
of
table
women
yesterday. Got
nowadays.
aces against kings.
Sebastian, how many?
You friends?
That's 4 more hours. Yeah, makes sense.
So whoever just came over is literally going to be here for just one hand.
How much? 150?
I think it's less.
Wow.
בסדר.
You need it's after when you touch ace.
So
לא
Bubinchev,
יודע מה מושיבים אתכם, עוד דקה יש הפסקה.
What are they
That's
doing?
fantastic.
There's still 2
Yes.
minutes left.
You are coming to TV table and still 1 minute we go from TV
Yeah, but
table
you
to
don't play
another
this.
table.
He doesn't play this hand, and then it's. Anyway, they have to, I guess, go by
Да,
the rules.
нет, так
Αμά
как
είναι
будет.
χοντζό μην πού να το βάλω εδώ.
А, нет, последний раз.
Α, ξέρεις που να το βάλω.
Нас так пересадят, да, что-то?
За нормальный человеческий стол.
Trate мне, да? Harto dame.
Можно взять пивка и готовиться к следующему ТВ-столу.
Петь песни.
А то неподготовленный пришел.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, last break. So last hand before the break, hand number 73. I feel really bad for that lady that's just joined. To come and stack all of her chips at the feature table to only then be moved after one hand. Going to be going on a 15-minute break, thereabouts. We are in the money here. The Merit Crystal Cove in Cyprus, everyone guaranteed 4,770 euros for their efforts.
Δεν πούν τα φύλλα μας. Μόνο. Μας επιτρέπουν να βάλουν τα μες στο πόκερ. Παίρνουμε το μαζί μας εδώ.
Όχι, θα το βγάλουμε τώρα.
Oh, I'd go to defend as well. Assume this is going to go check, bet, fold. Yeah, Moad. Not interested in getting out of line with the King 5. Vajanov,
We come back to this
great
table.
couple of levels, made that fold with the Ace Queen. And it looks like we are going to get a new featured table, I believe. We will find out. Andrei Rubetsky up to 73 bigs, courtesy of that Aces hand against the Bulgarian Atanasov. So he is cruising here. The final 6 tables in Cyprus. It's the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up, 2K buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We absolutely smashed it. Over 1.1 million in the prize pool and 210,000 for first. I'll see you guys on the flip side of this break. When we come back, we'll be playing down to the final 3 tables. Don't go too far. a byproduct of his success here at Merit in the past and in this tournament. Is that he just he really abuses that. Oh wow!
He's just going for max exploit versus the general field. Goes for the check raise.
Wow!
Ill-timed aggression here, but
it's such a strong line. Like if you're not sat there with trips, you just like, what do you do?
it's a weird one because you got to think, what is Generalov bet calling the flop with and then betting again once check to? His range is extremely strong. You're only really trying to get like a draw to fold here, something like Jack 10 or King Jack that's turning itself into a bluff after calling the flop, because he's not going to be betting a queen for value on the turn, and he doesn't have very much ace-x that bet calls the flop apart from ace queen or ace 9 and obviously 9x. He can have maybe like kings and jacks, but those don't bet the turn. So Christopher is attacking a very, very narrow range here. He's basically like trying to get Jack 10 to fold. So
He has rivered a gut shot.
yeah, see if he can get there.
Ocean dealer? Ocean?
Yeah,
Wow,
I
he's
mean, it's going to be
reaching.
all in. What can you do? Generalov just has to snap this off.
Wow. Just exerting max pressure. 20 off the money. It's faded the snap call, but...
Yeah, I mean, when you think about your range in this spot as Generalov, you just have a 9 here so infrequently that you have to call when you do have one. I mean, personally, against this player type, if I'd have seen and the Christopher had played and I was Generalov, I would have been like, on the river, you're just like, I'm in. What you got? You got a bad hand? Okay, so be it.
Yeah, exactly. Just one of those spots.
Yeah.
The old one chip flick in.
Yeah, we'll never see a fold here. There's just so little for him to have.
Christopher tables the 5 high. And Generalov up to 858,000, the new table captain.
That was us. That was what we said, wasn't it? We might see some ill-timed aggression leading to some big pots, and there it is, first hand or second hand. Very ill-timed there from Christopher. You got to admire the heart.
He actually went live, yeah. But still a ways to go. Well, I really want to, like, one of the things that I really admire about, you know, elite regs is they often start setting up the rest of the tournament for themselves, like the foundations, if you will, around the bubble, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, understanding ICM and putting in the prep work on how to approach a final table does help you a lot with late stage game, but like the fact of the matter is that, you know, you've got to learn how to prepare yourself to get to that point in the first place, like setting it up.
Absolutely. Bubble is a super important part of tournaments, especially live tournaments with good structures with a deep average stack, because you're going to be on the bubble for so much longer than you would in like an online mass field or even a live tournament with 20-minute clocks or 30-minute clocks or whatever. So yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of chips to be made on the bubble if you know what you're doing. And if you arrive to the bubble with a reasonably good stack, you can definitely take advantage. A lot of the softer tournaments I've played where I've made it towards the bubble, I've had like a average stack or a bowl stack the entire way, and then at the bubble I've often like doubled, tripled, quadrupled my stack if the bubble lasts for an hour or the bubble lasts for half an hour even, because so many people in those softer tournaments are just happy to make the money. They're just like, oh, if I just keep folding, I'll be in the money in a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I can go back to playing normally.
And that's the great thing about these as well, is when you have these massive satellites, where there's like yesterday's one. That's obviously for the main, but there are obviously satellites for this as well, where you have 50 seats guaranteed. Extreme.
Get back to the action here. 3 ways on the flop. King 5, 3, 2 hearts. Mikawem flopping the best hand out of the small blind. Not really sure how he's in this hand, to be honest. It looks like he's just peeled an open. Hijack open. Ivanov must have opened with the Queen 10 off. And Mikawem just deciding to call out the small blind with the King 9 off. 13 away from the money.
Go on, Mikawem.
Like 18 bigs.
He wants to win the tournament.
Bit of a no-no that one, but he has flopped the best of it.
He doesn't want to min cash, Leo. He's here for the win, mate.
That is true. He is here for the win. And both these guys just draw into a backdoor straight draw at this stage. Mikawem with the lion's share of the equity there, 96%.
It's not a bad spot, 3 ways.
Not a bad spot. And we see a check call on the flop. Generalov getting out of the way with the queen 10 suited. A jack, a queen. That will slow things down. Ivanov picks up a decent bit of showdown value now. He moves into the lead against any draws or pocket pairs that Mukawem might have. So expect to see either a check or a small bet to check back the river.
Yeah, I was about to say, may even go small here, like you said.
Just trying to squeeze out a little bit more value from like the 10-9 suited, Jack 10 suited type stuff. And he doesn't have any hearts in his hand, so that's a plus for going for a bet. But he does decide to just check it back. Decides Mukawem's range is going to be pretty strong.
Oh, wow.
What a run out when the big blinds folded the queen 10.
How?
How do you do it, man? 96% we had on the flop. Mukawem now, rightly just trying to squeeze out a little bit of value with his king 9. Although I think this actually might be a little bit on the thin side, to be honest. And Ivanov just hits him with the call.
Oh my word.
Well, that is a pretty sour beat for Mukawem, but at the same time, we should have just not been in the hand. So there is that. Mukawem pays the price down to just 10 big blinds now, and he's got himself...
Mustafov is second on the Bulgarian all-time money list. Incredibly experienced live player. So Mukawem does find a hand to jam with.
Yep, but nothing to call with for anybody so far.
128.
And Kavicius just going to be forced to fold.
He's getting like more than 2-1 on a call after opening from the hijack. Although he is relatively short himself, down to 30 bigs. Interesting that he decided to open this combo, given that he himself is, well, he does make the call. Mukawem all in at risk with the ace-king. Just a 60-40, Leo, I mean.
It's a 60-40. He's called off.
Well, he opened to 30k, so he only had to call 98k more.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because that range is so unbelievably strong. It's not like a chip EV. Okay, I'm breaking even by calling here, so I should call. There's a money factor, and if it's not like Adam Kavicius has a million chips either. Like he's down to 22 bigs if he loses this hand. So not a big fan of this, but he has flopped to 6.
So strong start for Adam Kavicius.
5 on the turn, and Mukawem could be busting in very unfortunate fashion here if he can't find an ace or a king. Jack on the river seals it. Adam Kavicius does knock out Mukawem. Adam Kavicius up over 600k. Mukawem eliminated 10 from the money.
Yeah, and everyone else gets to see that. I don't want to say ridiculously wide open from the hijack, but opening 8-6 of spades off of 30, 12 off the money in Cyprus. You know, people from Middle East, Eastern Europe, all over the world.
Been a journey.
Different characters.
Pocket 5s for Ivanov.
Mate, my back is absolutely shot in this chair.
Yeah, you should get one of these, it's pretty comfy.
Yeah, I might have to.
Adam Kavicius picking up the better pair in the hijack. Facing +2 though, it's absolutely not loving this spot whatsoever. It's going to figure he has minimal fold equity, but his hand just is going to force him to go with it, and he's got to hope nobody wakes up with a hand behind. Excuse me. And if it folds back to Ivanov, he's going to be forced to call for 9 big blinds.
Yeah, spot that, I'm sure. He's not too thrilled about either.
Definitely not, no, but there's just a lot of unpaired high card hands in this range, and the price is too good. And we've got chunks.
I'm calling your name, Leo. Texas Hold'em, mate.
I'll be right there. Does flick it in. You're going to see the bad news. Needs to find a 2-outer. Wouldn't be the first time. Poker has been known to deal some harsh blows.
Oh, I can't not laugh at Ferrandine, mate. He's such... Whoa, this guy. It's just like, there's no point counting. He literally said there's no point counting out chips for the call. Like, you're probably going to drill a 5 on the flop. And it's just come...
So brutal for Adam Kavicius. Really, really brutal to bubble a tournament.
Queen ball.
Bubble a tournament this way is very, very sickening and feels a bit unjust. 10 on the river completes the board. Adam Kavicius leaves in 81st place, 10 away from the money. Commiserations, well played. Ivanov finishing what he started with the aces. Wounded him gravely and then put him out of his misery.
Oh, so it's just like a shift, I guess. Who knows what the next thing is. Maybe the next thing is just going to be grandpas.
I was about to say, just a bunch of pensioners.
Yeah, maybe it's just going to be like film crews going to nursing homes and stuff and just seeing grandpas cuss at each other as they 5-bet bluff with 7 deuce.
Yeah. I mean, even if you're an absolute crusher when you're 20, it still takes a while to just build up a decent bankroll to get to that stage, unless you're just really outside the box and have a couple of massive 6-figure scores, because there aren't many 20-year-olds who even if they do have, let's say they have a massive score in a 10K main event or a 5K or whatever, it's very unlikely they had a big percentage of themselves. You know, anything more than 50% is pretty rare, I think, for somebody that age.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there just aren't as many 20-year-olds playing as there were when we were 20, and the reason for that, and I've seen the numbers on all of the sites. I mean, there's a lot of reports and statistics out there that are shown, and the reason is because when we were kids playing video games, growing up, playing video games for a living wasn't an option. Like, it was very rare that you would hear your friend be like, oh, you know what, I want to go pro and play CSGO, or I want to play Modern Warfare for a living. Now, all the 16, 17-year-olds, rather than getting into poker because of like high-stakes poker or Poker After Dark or the World Series, they're watching Ninja. They're watching Nick Merckx. They're watching the Botez sisters play chess or whatever it is, and they're like, okay, now I want to be a streamer. Now I want to be a video gamer, or I want to be a content, or I want to be Mr. Beast.
Yeah, and they kind of stumble across poker as a result of that instead later down the line.
Later down the line, exactly. Not when they're 14, 15, 16, 17,
yeah,
just
agreed.
like... So it's interesting to see what happens over the next 5 years, man. And I honestly, I think it's actually benefited us. Like, if you think about it, there are less young people in the game, which is somewhat worrying for the future. But at the moment, I think that's the reason why there's such a boom.
Yeah.
Because so many of the, 35 to 60-year-old people that come from different backgrounds and have made their wealth and their money in other areas now enjoy poker a lot more because they're not at a table full of 20-year-olds with headphones and hoodies.
True.
I don't know if that makes sense, whether I'm just going on an absolute...
We had him yesterday, didn't we?
We did indeed. Bulgarian again, I believe.
Yeah.
Mistaken.
80 on the feature table, that's always welcomed. Nice to get some more women in poker.
It's deep in the tank at the moment in a hand. Oh my god, I've played so much PLO with this guy.
Yeah.
Jesus. Absolutely loves the game.
I was about to say, looks like he's just one of those guys.
Loves the game, mate. Always bending up cards and throwing his cards in the air. It's brilliant.
Nice.
Love this guy.
I like the way the captions say, when you said so much PLO, it says so much pillow.
How did it really?
So we are 4 away from the money now, approaching the hard bubble. And we see a 3-way pot unfolding here. An interesting board as well. Ace, 9, 4, 2 hearts. Christoforu, who doesn't mind putting chips in the pot, has flopped top pair after peeling Generalov's open. But Generalov has a dominating top pair and a nut flush draw to go with it. And you see how much of an equity advantage that gives him. Dikev drawing dead with the Queen 8. He's not going to have any interest in putting chips in. It looks like flop went check, check, check as well, which is interesting from Christoforu. Expected him to just kind of go for it with his top pairs, but a bet on the turn from Generalov and a quick call from Christoforu. And assumed that Generalov is going to go for some value on the river as well. After the flop goes check, check, check. pretty much nothing that we are behind to that Christoforu can have. Expect him to obviously 3-bet aces pre, bet flop with his 2-pair plus and his sets, because his sets are always going to be unblocking top pairs and flush draws. So yeah, Generalov should have a pretty easy read here that ace-jack suited is the nuts, and hopefully go for something like a 2/3 pot bet. Does, makes it 150, 75% pot, gets snapped off by Christoforu. Takes another nice pot. Christoforu not having the best day. He came into today with about 1.2 million, and he's down to just 500k now. Generalov, on the other hand, having an absolute field day. Zichukwu should be a pretty good one.
As we are dealing hands. Dive back into this.
Oh yeah, poker.
4-1, eh?
I think so. I'm going to have a look.
Finally, easy decision. Thank you.
This guy's hilarious. Nikitin, let go of the rags. Pankov, 14.5 bigs, pocket sixes.
Tough
on
one.
the low
Tough
jack.
spot. I think we just let it go.
Now you don't need to stalling. Good end?
Yeah, you don't need to stop.
Yeah, now it's on foreign.
Golden hour here at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. We are deep into day 3 of the $2,200 buy-in warm-up, part of the Merit Poker Vintage Series. 500k guaranteed in the prize pool. Well, call a spade, we absolutely annihilated that guarantee. Collected over 1.1 million. And we're down to the final 50 players here. Everyone now guaranteed 4,770 euros for their efforts. Say 209,000 euros for first. Got some recognizable names at this table. And some new faces. Andrea Ricci, up and coming Italian crusher, been on quite the tear the last couple of years, last year and a half, post-COVID. Three deuce, 2 hearts. Richie. One overcard to his pair of 9s up against an under the gun range. Gonna go anywhere just yet. 295 in the middle. Another undercard to Richie's pocket 9s. See if Mondros continues telling the story that he's trying to set up. Raise from under the gun. C-bet small on the queen 3 deuce. Gonna barrel again here on the turn. Like 40% pot. Doesn't really feel like he's repping much with that size. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? 130 into 295 on the turn with one street to come. Doesn't really set up a natural river SPR of, you know, 0.7, 0.8 where you can just effectively jam. King of Spades on the river. That may change things. That, my friends, may change things. 5-5-5 in the middle. He is going to empty the clip, but again, just a really milky sizing here. Small on the flop, small on the turn. Small again on the river. Yeah, Richie's going to throw in a time bank. Understandably so. Just doesn't make much sense in Richie's head, and someone like him, the success he's had in the last year and a half, a lot of live experience. You get to play against these different player types. You can kind of just reverse engineer the thought process and ask yourself, like, what is my opponent trying to represent here? Now, don't get me wrong, I understand this is under the gun v big blind, but just the sizings have just been really off from Mondros. One third flop, 1/3 turn. Now again, 2-3-5 into 560, rather than setting up like a river jam spot, which he would want to do with, you know, the value parts of his range. I guess the thing that Richie has to be somewhat concerned about is, like, is Mondros just betting small, small, small with a hand like jacks or tens? Don't think so. Is he now scared on the King of Spades river and he's now going small again with a hand like Ace Queen? Again, maybe, but I don't think so. Just doesn't make much sense. And he does sniff it out. Well done, sir. Just took his time, used up 2 time banks, just thought the entire hand through, and kind of came to the same conclusion that we came to here in the booth, at least on the turn, that the story that was being told, whilst it may have looked like a convincing one to the naked eye under the gun and then triple barreling off, the sizings of said story just didn't check out, as we welcome Mr. Leo Worthington-Lees back into the booth.
Hello. How's it going? What did I miss? I saw that hand. I just Worked out what was going on.
Yeah, day 3, deep into day 3. Everyone guaranteed 4,770 euros.
Nice. A couple of pay jumps then.
Yeah.
How many people? How many are we down to now?
We're down to the final 50, 53.
Decent. Getting pretty exciting then.
Yeah, I mean, you actually missed. What was the lady's name? I should know this from the previous stream. Vati, Luciana Vati.
Yeah.
She's like check jams Queen 10 of clubs on a Jack 5-5 7 2 clubs. So Jack 5-5 2 clubs turns like a 7. Check. Bet 230k, just check jams for like 900k in like a 3-bet pot, and just gets the fold from like ace queen from Atanasov and just chips up to like 2.2 million. And I got to give her credit. I was like, you know what? I would much rather check jam here than just check call and then have to like check fold rivers, because we still do have a ton of fold equity. And just to like see her in the moment take that spot, you know, it's very, very often, whether it be in the commentary booth, whether it be watching YouTube highlights or watching streams, where there's a lot of stereotypes around different players or different player types, and to see someone like her just like take that spot, and it was just such a great spot to take, and just see her chip up to 2.2 million. I think she took absolutely everyone by surprise, and you know, she got a lot of credit.
Did she show it?
She didn't. No. She just casually scooped in the pot,
because as well, everybody's seen her play that hand with Queen 3 when she's peeled pre-flop, so you can't be sure that there's not much 5x in her hand, in her range, that peels a free bet. So it's just like in the bin. Love it, love it. There's levels to it.
There is, and I think I have definitely been guilty of that myself, where I haven't given someone enough respect at the table, and they've completely used that against me.
Yeah.
As we dive back into this Basta and Ismailov getting there.
Yeah, that didn't look like a particularly nervous all-in, did it? From Asimilov picks up 2 chunks of stacks and just smashes them down into the middle. I've got a pair of jacks.
Andres with an ace. What's the second card, pal? Oh, he's squeezing it proper Baccarat style. Love
nothing
that.
Yet.
It is Baccarat, right? Where you squeeze. Yeah.
Never played Baccarat. Wouldn't know.
I know you're a bit of a roulette crusher, aren't you, mate?
I can't remember the last time I played roulette.
Well, your birthday?
Oh, that was it. That was the last time. Yeah. That was
so sick.
How long ago was that? 2 years ago? 3 years ago?
No. It's you're August, right?
No, April.
April. It's April 2020. No, 2021. Sorry.
Was it?
Yeah.
Isn't that mid-pandemic?
We
no,
dived
kind of after.
It was kind of after. Well, yeah, it depends where you were in the world, but yeah.
April 2021. That was the last time we played roulette. Everybody chipped in something. What was it, like 20 bucks, 50 bucks?
$10.
$10.
Literally
Everybody chipped in 10 bucks each, and we just chucked it all on on 7 because it was the day of my birthday.
No. We all chose a number.
Yeah.
My number came in,
That's
28.
right.
So you got the 350 back.
Right.
And then you put it all on red, bang, red
Oh,
for 700.
yeah, that's right. That's right. That was funny.
That was great.
That was funny. That was the last time I played roulette.
And it wasn't even with your own money.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. That's how you beat roulette.
That's how you beat roulette. $700 easy.
Crusher.
So I have
completely butcher the entire hand.
If you want to know more about how to beat roulette, you can buy my book called How to Beat Roulette. Use your friend's money.
Yeah. How to make money without risking your own capital.
As an online player, you know, like, this is not what I'm good at.
Happy birthday.
I'm an online player too, but like,
I'm too spoiled.
I would like to see big blinds over your head.
Yes, that would be so nice.
Just because it's like one spin and you know, like, whatever happens.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit because it's $10.
Yeah, and then it just comes in and it's just absolute
Twice
scenes.
in a row. Unbelievable. We were just like, well, we might as well just stick the whole lot on a 50-50 and see if we can get 700. Back to the poker. That looks like a very healthy stack. This man was on our feature table yesterday, wasn't he? Gonna get reminded of his name in a second. Nah, that's right. Levy or Levi. Still unconfirmed. Ace-Jack suited. Under the gun +1 for Marcotte. Smolka +2 finds himself with pocket tens. Playing around 35 big blinds. Interesting decision. Goes for the 2.5x 3-bet. A little over. Definitely can go either way. Peel and get. I'm not sure what the stacks are behind though. That's why I can't really say what I would do yet. Need to get a look at all the stacks. Everybody else out of the way, but I think if there's a couple of short stacks, you know, a few 2 or more 25 big blind or lower stacks behind, then peeling can definitely be a good option. But Markov making the call with the suited ace.
Go on now, chaps. Big old table. Small lady. Chuck the chips in the middle.
Yeah, I've been guilty of that here.
Well, not even a diamond. Marquardt. Sounds like that guy from Shrek.
Yeah, Lord Farquaad.
That's it.
Yeah. Do you know what's funny? Is do you know what's really funny? Not about this guy's name, just about the universe in general. Is that this morning, for some reason, I woke up and when I had a shower, I listened to the Shrek soundtrack.
Oh, really? That's weird.
It was super weird.
That is super weird, yeah.
Super weird. Not just like a little bit weird, just like the most random thing ever.
Like, I don't even remember the last time I mentioned Shrek in my life.
No, honestly.
And all of
the
a
only
sudden
reason I listened to it is because I was listening to one song which was Accidentally in Love by Counting Crows, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to stick the rest of the soundtrack on because it's got a really good soundtrack. Loads of like feel-good songs, and I was about to go to the gym, so it was weird that you would then mention this is Shrek in the same day. Well, the universe is such a sim, man, honestly.
We're living in a sim, mate.
It's all done to keep you feeling familiar and comfortable. You know, it's all designed to like, oh, I recognize that. Oh.
There's no way that like we met each other playing 1-2, whatever it was, like 7, 8 years ago, and like now we're here.
Probably longer than that, wasn't it?
It's, yeah, maybe.
I can't remember how old I was when I moved to Reading.
Maybe even
20, 21.
Were you 30 now?
Yeah.
Turning 31 in April?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I think you're too late.
Now we're here.
Here we are.
Small old world, isn't it?
It is indeed.
The poker world is certainly small, but it's really nice.
I actually think it's a lot bigger than we realise, but it's very small in terms of like the community side of it. You know, the people within the UK community poker scene, there are a lot of them that, for example, don't have a social media presence, but they're very active at live stops in the UK. So you kind of have that bubble. Then you obviously have like everyone like stateside. You then have like the Germans, the Austrians, but a lot of people don't actually know each other's cliques within the cliques.
That's true. Good point.
Because like for example, if you went onto poker Twitter and you were completely new to poker, you would think that that's all poker was.
Yeah.
It would be just like a lot of loudmouthed Americans, like, you know, giving their opinions on why Alan Kessler shouldn't tank in a certain spot.
Their opinions that nobody asked for.
Yeah. But it's just, the longer I've been in this industry, the more I've realized that, hang on a minute, this is actually like, there's so many deeper levels to this. There are guys that are just absolutely printing and getting all the money, but nobody knows about it because all they care about is Garrett Adelstein on the Hustler Casino stream or whatever.
There's the social media side of poker that's emerged. That's emerged recently, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
But then there's these guys that are like in their early 30s playing private games in Dubai and making 10 times more than Garrett is. It's just, but nobody knows about them.
Yeah.
So Nataliev going to defend. Oh no, he's not. I do apologise. He's gone for the ISO, trying to get that dead money in the middle. Basta all in for 10k. Smolka raising to 60k from +1 with the threes. And he just gets to free roll the dead money. Gonna table the king 3. See Smolka's reaction. Any reaction?
Internal.
Just like, all right, mate.
Processing. King 3, huh? Interesting. I just got wrecked.
You are behind there. Yeah, David. Behind there.
No, it's a good play with the king 3. I like that. Decent flop. No clubs.
Richie asking David Smolker if he was behind with the threes.
Ace 10 holds.
Does indeed. Given that it's big blind ante first, Basta from 10k to 70k.
Nice. That's about as many times your stack as you're ever going to make, I think. It's hard to get it in and get more than a 7x return.
No, I didn't see what he gave me back.
Friend always tells me all you need is one big blind.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Well, now you got
We'll be
two.
the first one to make a huge comeback. You know.
Nothing to lose now. Everything's a free roll.
Oh yeah.
Basta 2.4 bigs. Queen 2 not good enough into the muck. Ismailov under the gun +2 picks up pocket 8s. Makes it 60k. Italiev on the button, 9-6 offsuit into the muck.
Talev, I recognize him, but I don't know whether it's just because of commentary. Well, it probably is.
Netaliev.
Okay. Talev. Ah, came 10th in the MPP. I covered 2 months ago. That makes a lot of sense now. 45k.
Nice.
Like the white, huh?
Again, another guy, you know. 200k. Hasn't been grinding that long. Total live earnings. So I guess with the amount of volume that you can get in live poker now.
It could be people who just win satellites to things online. I don't know if that's possible for here, is it? Probably not.
I don't think so,
Only
no.
party poker stuff, really, isn't it? And GG. Stars and that.
Yeah, I mean, it did have the Pipe Poker Millions here last September. Had obviously the Triton series that had qualifiers from GG for the first 25k. But no, MPP as of next year will be, I assume, partnering with some online client. How about this? Basta, let's go, bud. Ace Jack.
Yeah, absolute premium under the
In
gun
it
as well.
goes.
Into the big blind and ante next hand, and you find the absolute nuts under the gun.
In it goes.
Richie in +2 with the ace 3 off. Gets out of there. I like they got mics at the table.
Yeah. The only thing is like, I understand, unfortunate for Basta to run into the ace queen. That feels a bit harsh after just getting the old 7x. Yeah, the only thing is, you know, at Merit, there's just so many different speaking nationalities and representatives, like compared to, you know, grinding WSOP or grinding the GUKPT in the UK, where it's just like English everywhere. So I feel like people are a lot more timid and a lot more like, they're not as outspoken because they're just not sure if someone's going to understand them and whatnot. So yeah, you don't get too much table chatter, and when you do, it normally gets met with, sorry, could you translate that into Russian?
Yeah, or English only at the table, please.
It's 215k in the middle. Basta can find a jack here.
Yeah, it'd be pretty big.
It's going to be back up to 7 big blinds. Some opportunities in the form of running cards as well.
6. Ooh, 5.
Hello. 6 or a 7 needed. Jack for a win, no dice.
GG.
GG's indeed.
49th, not too shabby. Nice run.
$4,770 for Basta. No more than 2x. A couple more bust outs, and we're up to 5.5k.
Nice pay jumps. For
I
for
really,
a 2K, that's pretty
really
decent.
like this structure, man. I mean, to have 71 places paid in the first place. Look at this final table.
Are the
payout.
packages added?
Yeah.
They're added.
Yeah.
So it's 1.15 plus 90k or like 70k's worth of packages.
Yeah.
Something like that. Wow. Jesus. Suddenly the $300 rake on Hold'em really seems pretty reasonable. I was just literally thinking that as I walked back from. I went to Diamond. and
Oh, I
walked back
said it,
here.
man. I said it when I was last here. Like people were like reaching out to me, and I was like, "Look, I get it. Compared to your local
It's
in
it's
Bratislava
massive.
or wherever you are, I understand." But I took a picture of the Bulgari hand soap that was in my hotel room, and I was like, "But the reality is I'm using Bulgari hand soap
For free.
for free.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm getting picked up in a Mercedes."
Yeah.
And you're just in a 5-star resort, beach.
It's
food on
unbelievably
demand.
like pretty everywhere you look. It's just unreal. It's hands down. I have never experienced hospitality like I have since I've been here. Like everything is absolutely spotless, perfect. They don't miss anything. You never see rubbish.
No.
You never see a mark on the floor. You
I
never see a
saw-
filled table.
I saw 5 guys, literally 5 cleaners on top of the roof outside the Royal, just like all with mop buckets,
Yeah.
clean like the roof of where the parking is.
Yeah.
Like the glass ceiling.
It's immaculate everywhere, and it's such a like beautiful looking hotel as well. The whole complex is so nice. It seems so quiet for the amount of work they're doing all the time. It's just like I don't know how they're doing it. It's like being in Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
I
you
think
know,
they
it's
just
like a
get
magical little
They
factory.
get it done quietly.
They get it done. They get it absolutely done.
You just like casually walk through the hallways and you just see some random person with like some polish and cloth just like wiping down one of the
Bins.
just whatever it is. And I'm just like, oh, that's how they do it. They just send their spies out to just walk around with like polish and cloth and it's like, oh no,
Yeah.
none of that.
It's unreal, honestly. The buffet is just it's ridiculous. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. All day, pretty much.
Yeah.
The whole spa set up,
You've been to the spa, yeah?
multiple swimming pools, unreal massages. Massages are cheaper than the ones you get everywhere else as well, even though they're just like in a 5-star hotel, it's still cheaper.
Yeah. No, I love it.
That's so good. Good value. Everything's just
800 would be
it's just
great.
value.
Yeah, right.
We are taking a quick 3-minute break
Even though this table is
as we
better
are
than the others,
waiting
like,
for,
we have more space.
I believe
Yeah.
it's the final
Yeah. I'll do 300.
6 table rebalance. 48 left.
I do heads up too. Like,
6 tables of 8. My
What
math
about
checks out.
That does make
It
48.
feels like we
Does
could play
indeed.
left hand
Gonna
right?
get a quick
Slower
scoreboard
because of,
coming out to show you all.
Yeah, well, our man busted in 49th, I think, so.
maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Or 50th, and then it was on 49. I'm not sure how quickly
Okay,
they
so
What are we
updated
waiting
that.
for?
Yeah, so we are
Double
waiting
espresso.
for someone. What you're waiting for? And Smoker's like double espresso.
espresso.
Oh no, you just ordered.
Did
a
you get
double.
your, oh, you did, yeah. What, is that the one that I ordered for you?
No, it
No, you went
wasn't.
and got your own.
When I got my own.
The
mate.
first thing I did when I walked out of this room was I went up to a waitress and said, please can you take a double espresso to my friend? He's straight through those doors. But they didn't do it.
Apologies, chat. We just had 3 random people burst into the room. Me and Leo thought it was a hold up, but it's not. It's a different kind of hold up.
Some kind of photography equipment retrieval session.
Yeah. So we've been stashed away. You know what? I've done commentary in a lot of places. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's not bad. We got
No.
a big room. I've been put in cupboards before.
Yeah, I've
okay?
been in prison cells.
Yeah,
literally.
you know, we've seen some shady ones as we wait for another player to be brought over to the feature table, rebalancing the final 6 tables, chat, of the warm-up event from the Merit Poker Vintage Series. And what a start to the series. I'm expecting a lot of our friends to come to the upcoming series.
I will be doing my very best to convince them.
Yeah,
that this is
because
exactly what they should be doing with their time.
you look at the blind levels in the structure, you look at like the ITM, you look at the like first place money, just everything, the whole package, the hotel, all of that. It's insane.
Yeah.
Insane value for money. So yeah. Getting out to the business end of this tournament. got about 2.5 hours left on the day, I believe. And the reason for that is there is a massive concert over at the Merit Royal Diamond. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say a Lebanese, like famous Lebanese singer, going to be performing over there. So if you are in town and that sounds like a thing that would tickle your fancy, you can ask the floor or head over to reception, get your hands on some tickets. I may, honestly, and I'm not just saying this for the sake of the stream, just for the actual experience, I may wander through myself after the stream because we're going to be wrapping things up early. And as far as I'm aware, from a cultural standpoint, those Middle Eastern countries know how to throw a party, they know how to throw a shindig, and if this is, from what I've heard, as famous as a singer that is meant to be, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans going on over there. So, may head on over and see what's going on. And then tomorrow, I'll be bringing you what I assume is going to be final 4 table coverage. We've got 48 left. Would make sense to get down to the final 32 tables and call it a night. It shouldn't take us too long, another 2 hours. Sounds about right, as the average stack has decreased quite a bit since we made our way into the money. Can do the math real quick actually. Was it 626 total?
Something like that.
Times 100k. Divided by 48. So average stack is 40 big blinds. Divided by 48. Yeah. 1.3 million. Big blind 30k, about halfway through this level. Shrek's Nemesis. Gonna jam it in from the cutoff. What a great name. That's a strong name.
Marquardt. Q. You don't get many Q names.
What that is I love that, man. I mean,
Marquardt. I wonder where he's from. Where's he from? Have we got the
let's have a look. Power of the internet.
have we got the internet?
Definitely got the internet.
That's many Marquardts. I'm surprised at how many there are. Richard? No. Is he a Richard?
Marlin.
He's not Richard.
Oh, Smolka taking the rejam spot.
That's the highest ranked one at the top there, Berlin. 45k. Probably him? No, that's not spelt the same, is it?
No.
Got T on the end. Stefan?
Let's have a look.
Bottom of my range.
Bottom of his range. Marquardt.
Enough, huh? Bottom of your range, huh?
Oh, I thought you have a little more.
Should be mandatory that you have to have a picture on the hand of mob.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. Have we got names in the... did they send you the info though?
No.
No. So Marquardt all in, facing elimination as Smolka is called to put him at risk with a dominating hand. But it does flop a flush draw. But Smolka got the 9 of hearts in hand, so one of his outs is gone. King of hearts on the turn though. Gives him the 100% equity sign, and he is going to get a full double up to 750k. A very big pot at this stage of the tournament.
Well, that needs updating.
Yeah, doesn't it?
You've chopped off the Barnet.
Yeah.
You've got rid of the Justin Bieber facial hair.
Yeah.
You've got the glasses. You have. You have. You've grown. I told you we're getting to that stage in life where we're peaking.
That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
At least. Oh no, it was about 3 years ago now, wasn't it? We went to Bali in October or November.
Yeah.
November.
And then that was January of 20.
No, that was in Cambodia while we were in Bali.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so that was November of 2019.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 years ago. We were in
I know,
Bali.
isn't that crazy? What a trip that was. Definitely need to do that again. Go back to the same place.
Yeah, Uluwatu. Yeah.
Nah, I'd want to stay somewhere a bit closer to everything, I think.
Yeah.
It was really nice though.
I mean, it really depends what you're looking for. Like, we just wanted a grindhouse. Everyone was grinding.
We could have done better on that front.
Yeah. But I've heard a lot more about Bali now, and I've had a lot of people talk to me from, a lot more experience. Canggu seems to be a big one, Ubud.
Yeah.
I think I was giving the beaches way too much importance.
Yeah.
And I don't think we ended up going to the beach at all.
I don't remember going to the beach.
Apart from when we went to Nusa Penida.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And the time that we went out for dinner for your birthday. That
Oh,
was about
that
the
was
closest we got to the beach.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah.
It was actually more of a cliffside. That was good. That was, that was good. And where was that other place we went where we got taken down to the restaurant in a golf cart? Do you remember that? We went to some place and we got on these golf carts and they took us down and then there was like a couple of swimming pools. I got a picture of it on my Instagram. I'm going to get it and show you. You will remember. We went in the pool.
It wasn't the nightclub, was it? Finn's.
No, not that place.
Finn's Beach Club.
No. It was at night time. We went for dinner, but it was the most over-the-top thing ever.
I don't remember that. We jump back into this. Smolka hijack, or cut off the hijack rather. As Leo peruses his phone for.
Can't even remember what order this is all in. 2018. I've gone back too far. Maybe I don't have a picture of it.
Five bigs effective. Marquardt did just double the ace-3 against the ace-9. Smolka, absolute end boss.
We went in the pool. We went in this pool.
I wasn't there. I left early, remember?
Ah, you left early. Why on earth would you do that?
I had to go to Paris.
Oh, I had to go to Paris.
Marquardt does make the fold. Smolka with the pickup.
You're picking on me, huh?
David Smolka, 222k in total live earnings.
I just went a little in return.
That's fair. I think it's fair, yeah.
Came first in a WSOP International Circuit event.
I'm starting to take it personal, this rebet.
I thought the same when I did it.
Yeah.
Circuit ring winner. Best live cash, $40,405. Came in the 10K WSOP main event in December of last year at Rozvadov.
Decent. Few nice scores. Whoever that is you were just looking at.
Yeah, Ilya Sevevsky just won a bracelet.
Ismailov goes for the 2.5x in the cutoff. Just under 900k in his stack, and Montiano finds ace 10 suited in the big blind. He's only playing around 14 bigs, so it's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do here. I think we will see him move all in. Don't think defending versus the size up is the worst thing in the whole world.
All in.
Does decide to just put it in though.
Cool, you love fading the snap call. 15 bigs. Like, go on then, mate. I'll take it down pre.
Yeah, this is it now. We're happy. It's a pretty gross spot for Ismailov, but I think, like I mentioned yesterday, people's big blind free betting and free bet jamming ranges tend to be stronger than from other positions because they have the option to just defend for a great price. So you tend to see a lot more of the like Broadway combos get defended, whereas so if you open the cutoff and the button's got like King Jack and he's got 14 bigs, he's probably just going to jam, whereas if you open the button and the big blind has King Jack, he can just peel more often because he's getting a good price and he doesn't necessarily need to just jam where you fold everything that's worse and call everything that's better.
Ace-9, ace-8.
Nice little pickup there, increasing his stack by 25% uncontested. We were talking about Levy yesterday, weren't we? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was on the feature table for a while.
So Levy, 640k in total live earnings. That's right, he ran deep in the main.
Oh, yeah, he got like 13th or something.
19th.
19th.
That's rough.
Smolka. +2 makes it 60k with the King Queen suited and Ismailov. Suits dominated and a worse connector. 27 big blinds or so. See how he decides to continue with this one. Goes for the call. I think ideally we fold this one. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a fold.
Just some queen or jack.
Could be wrong. Maybe I'm a nit. Maybe I'm about to learn something really. No, maybe I'm about to have one of those moments, you know, where you discover a nice leak in your game that you can plug.
Not flatting the 10-9 off of.
Yeah.
Was it 20?
I mean, I think I would peel 10-9 suited. I haven't looked yet, so I'm not like cheating, but I feel like I would peel, but I definitely don't think I would peel 8-9 suited.
10-9, 27.3 bigs.
It's just hijack versus +2. It's a bit. I don't know.
Hijack v low jack.
Yeah, hijack v low jack. Hijack.
Smoker.
No, hijack versus MP, not low jack. One before low jack. How many bigs has he got? 27. 27. I could do 27.5. 10-9 suited. Yeah, well, there we go. It's a mix. 25%-ish call, 50% fold, and a very small sliver of 3-bet. So maybe it's more like 40, 10, 50, or 35, something like that. So a bit of 3-bet, bit of call, bit of fold. You can do whatever. That's why you don't know. It's like, oh, this spot's weird. Could do anything. It's because you can literally do anything.
How about 3-betting the ace-8-0 from the big blind?
How about it? This is a play. This is a gangster play. Solver approved for sure.
See what Smolka comes with. King Queen suited. Just saw Nataliev 3-bet the King 3 out the big the previous hand, and he does say run it. All in announced. Nataliev just getting put in the bin. Absolutely binned here.
Binned. Yeah, this is also a very gangster play.
On the feature table. That's one of the ones that you don't want to make the cut on TV.
No, you do.
Not with the ace-8.
Yeah, you played it well. It's a good play.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Want to see?
I don't know.
I'm pretty confident. It might be. You might need slightly worse ace-x, but I am pretty confident that that is a solid one. So it was. Low jack.
You just called it MP. When I said that.
Well, that's because this player's not here, though. I didn't realise that, so they haven't adjusted it, but he is.
Yeah, so
technically the low jack.
Low jack, hijack, 40 big blinds effective against the big blind.
Multi-way though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Can't solve it.
Yeah, you can.
Oh. I'm just going to take a quick picture of the scoreboard.
Levy picking that one up with the queen 10 suited. Ismailov picking up jacks onto the gun +1. Had a couple of hands so far. Richie taking a second before folding the 6-5 off. Antiano finding ace-10 off on the button. He's playing 19 bigs. Decides it's just slightly too early position to be jamming this one, which I think is a good decision. Just decides to flatten the cutoff, and down to Taliev with king 10 off on the button. Seems like a guy who likes to take an aggressive pre-flop spot, but does decide to let this one go a little bit on the wide side, that would be. It is actually, I checked and it is actually worse ace-x, like I thought might potentially would be. Ace-8 actually a fold.
Felt like a bit of a...
Too good.
Yeah, overly aggressive.
But you do use ace-4, ace-for-3, ace-2. So he was close, and I think it's probably going to work.
What about three betting aces from the big? Is that a thing?
That is a thing, but so is calling. Hands are shaking a little.
Shaky hands with aces.
A little.
Guilty.
There was some shaking.
Yeah, guilty of definitely doing that in some big spots in my career. I remember one very vividly from like ridiculously early on in my career. Just overly shaky, and I was actually bluffing, but my opponent was a very solid live reg that read into it as strength.
Yeah.
And ended up folding. But yeah. Wow, it's Ismailov
Just peeling.
Just peeling like
Markov
half
put
his
in like
stack.
40% of his stack so far.
Okay.
With the 3-bet. This is a very interesting hand, and we get the classic 4-4-3 flop. So
Well, Ismailov going to be doubling up Marquardt unless Jack rolls off on the turn or river. I don't see him ever peeling pre and then folding on this flop, do you?
I don't think so, no.
Stranger things have happened.
That is also true. Just decides to put it all in. No small bets here, and Ismailov does call it off. Sees that he's up against the aces. No heart either. Marquardt got him absolutely crushed here. Ismailov down to 2 outs. Well,
Two
not
outs
down to 2
twice.
outs, he always had 2 outs.
Oh, 3 for a chop.
Hey! Good one, Henry.
1.4 million in the middle. Marquardt on quite the spin.
What? Yeah, massive. Up to 1.4 mil chance. Give us the come on!
I mean, I'm not surprised to see the emotions there.
Yeah,
the
cool.
spin.
Good for him. I like to see recreationals, and he's probably in for a satellite. He looks absolutely buzzing to be here and also extremely nervous.
Yeah, 47 left, 200k for first.
You have pocket also?
Nice one.
Pocket.
Lucky.
Also pocket?
Great
Pocket.
tweet from Awasap Ahmed saying, I once had a girlfriend who asked me why I didn't just play the way I do in winning poker sessions. That way, you'll never lose.
That is true. What a great point by a
Don't
female.
rush too much, remember.
No, I know. I should show
Oh,
now.
man.
It's 47
They
left.
do
I
say
cannot
the
too many
darndest
chips, yeah.
things. People who don't understand poker.
I know.
You
I know.
really
But
do.
also,
It's straight to
You really do.
did you see
Yeah,
Derek
yeah.
Lewis's recent interview about on this fight night? There was a question at the end where I'm going to try and show you the clips funnier than me describing it. Hang on a second.
It's going to be one of those you should have been there moments.
No, there's a clip of him there's a clip of the thing. Don't worry.
All right. Is this PG enough for stream?
Yeah.
So here's Derek Lewis. Andrea Ritchie, by the way, chat, haven't had the chance to talk too much about him on stream other than just telling you guys about the year that he's had. Let me give you some more facts. 1.34 million in total live earnings. Came third in the 10K high roller here back in September. The one that Tony G actually ended up winning for 257K. UK Alex Peffley rather, came second in that. Stephen Chidwick came fourth. Pretty sick final table, not gonna lie. Came first just a week prior in the 500 La Notte degli Assi, part of the Luxon Pay Mediterranean Poker Pie for 50K. Some really nice 5-figure scores as well. Fourth in the bracelet event Colossus for 70K.
Joker. Just had to show Henry that clip. Made me chuckle. Back to the action. Smolka has a pair to go. Sorry, a flush draw to go along with his pair. Currently, a very high percentage chance of a chop, but Smolka does have a much bigger share of the remaining equity than Levy does. Levy cannot win this hand. He can only chop. Levy deciding to check back his showdown value on the turn. No diamond on the river means this one is going to be a chop, unless somebody takes it away with a bit of well-timed aggression. But can't really see that happening, to be honest. I think Smolka will just check this one. Levy check back. Smolka does come in for the block. And Levy makes the call. Chop it up.
These guys make poker seem so easy.
You have also flash draw on the flop? 9 and flash draw? 60.
Richie getting involved from under the gun. King 10-0 Ismailov in a terrible shape. It's final 45 bigs. The jacks giveth and the jacks taketh away. Ismailov doubling up with the jacks against the ace-jack, then running his jacks into aces. Hello, 5 on the turn. 6, 8, 10 or a spade needed for Richie. And there's the 6 of clubs on the river.
Good game, man.
Ismailov just double checks the board. Shakes his head.
I didn't see. I was thinking
Me too. Me too.
I don't think Richie realised what happened.
Yeah, I know I had really a lot of valve, but I didn't see clear at all.
So dropping like flies here, chat. Dropping like flies. I do expect the pace of play to slow down considerably.
How much you play, David?
One 5, 1 6.
So like more than 50 die, yeah? $60?
Smolka opens the 10-9 off on the button, and Richie defends his big blind with 10-7. Smolka flopping the best of it, 2 pair. Not much for Richie. Expect we'll probably just see a check fold. Maybe he's thinking of getting funky though. Got some potential good future blockers. Does make it 100k. Richie going to have a lot of Queen X in his range, obviously. He's going to defend a whole bunch of it. Big blind versus button. But Smolka going to be pretty well protected himself. Definitely not going to be folding a 9 just yet. Jack on the turn, interesting card. Gives both players the open ender. Richie going to continue with the aggression. 155 into 350, half pot.
Yeah, if there's ever going to be a turn card on which you fire again, you put open-ender. Blocking Queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah, and a lot of the bluffs that he would choose on the flop have made a good hand now. He would could potentially choose something like King 10 or 10-8 to be a bluff on the turn. And also his like Jack X that he uses, if he uses something like Jack 8 of spades or something, that's going to have turned a pair as well. So Smolka does decide to let it go. Thinks that turn is just a bit too good for Richie's range. And Richie gets a nice pot through. Yeah, gets a nice one through there.
I hope you have it.
You will see in the camera.
It's bluffing at this conversation. Well, not bluffing actually, it's telling the truth. You are going to see it. Facebook chat's really quiet today. Had one guy rooting for Ferradine earlier on. That was it.
What day is it? Saturday.
Twitch chat's been
Football?
Maybe. No, we've had like 3 times the amount of viewers though.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah, maybe.
That's good. Has the World Cup started yet?
Don't know. Has it?
I don't know. Not that I'm going to be watching any of it.
I probably will. Cause,
I watch the England games probably.
Nah, that's just disappointing. Watch some actual talent play. World Cup. Tomorrow.
Sorry.
Kicking things off, Qatar against Ecuador. Monday, England against Iran. USA against Wales. Senegal against the Netherlands.
Cool.
Cool.
No doubt.
He's so good. He's such a great actor.
Cool.
All right, players, we're ready to open a new table on table number 3, 25-45, no limit on them. I'm gonna go. Tommy.
Some no limit hold'em cash games running in the background.
No limit of them.
Love to hear it.
Andres flopping top pair on the Queen Jack 10 board. Backdoor spades for both guys. Levi has a massive range advantage here, and I expect to see this board get aggressively triple barreled by bluffs. And this is a pretty good one because he's unblocking all the hands that can call twice and fold, so we might see him unload the clip here depending on the run out. Already sizing up. Bets half pot. Do you want a half pot with ace king on this board? I don't think so.
That is
a turn card.
The spiciest.
All we need now is 4 of spades on the river.
4 of spades. Why the 4 of spades?
Well, why not?
Why, but why specifically?
The only number I could muster.
325 in the middle. Mondros was 600 behind. See what size Levy comes with. Obviously he wants to choose a sizing where he still has enough room to get folds on the river. He's gone for a sizable bet. 200k into 325. Would leave Mondros with 400 back. Should he make the goal, which he inevitably will. Though there is a 4-liner on board. He himself has now picked up a flush draw. Learn something new every day.
What did you learn today?
I'm assuming that's pronounced glut, this word here.
Yeah.
Glut, yeah? Didn't know what it meant until I saw George YMB put a tweet out.
Like gluttonous.
That's what I assumed from movie 7 of Morgan Freeman.
Is that not what it is?
Sorry?
Is that not what it is?
Well, yeah, it's the definition of the word glut is an excessively abundant supply of something. For
Yeah.
example, there is a glut of cars on the market.
Like being gluttonous is having too much food or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So surplus, excess, overabundance.
Yeah.
So we dive back into this. Mondros does make the call. 725 in the middle, 400 behind. Let's see if Levy can pull the trigger on Brick Rivers.
That is effectively a brick, doesn't really change anything. Like
Is,
the
yeah.
showdown value that we've picked up is not relevant.
Yeah, I think so many people make the mistake of like, well, you know, the interesting thing is like he does
Actually-
now beat Ace 4.
Well,
Ace 4 of spades.
Yeah, but it's actually a good river for him now because he blocks some hands like Queen 5 of spades or 10-5 of spades that would have called twice, and have improved. So hands that could call. So interesting to see what he decides to do here, but I think we'll see him go for it. I would certainly be jamming.
Yeah, sicko. If it does move all in. These guys are so good just finding these spots. See, if I ran this,
they'd snap you off King Queen.
They snap me off, and then I put the hand history in my backers group chat, and I get dropped in stakes.
You wouldn't. I mean, this spot is really good for another reason, is that I think there's been some signs that Mondros is more on the recreational side, so Levy assumes he's going to get more folds than he would against other players. I mean, even against anybody, this is a super tough spot. Even if you have a king, like, you're not loving it, but obviously you have to call. But Levy can be pretty sure by now that he's not up against the king. But it's just really interesting to see him go for it with spades. I mean, I think it's great, and I would definitely play this hand the same way, but it can creep into your mind that having spades is really bad because you want him to have called twice with a hand like 10x of spades or queen x of spades and then fold the river. But he thinks his spades are not relevant enough. But the thing is actually we've got bad spades to have because the better spades that he could have, like queen 8 is obviously a straight, and king queen with a spades is obviously a straight, and king 10 with spades is obviously a straight. So what kind of having the 6 and the 5, I don't know how good that is. But yeah, still the board is just so good for us that you got no choice. Just unload.
Yeah?
Nice hand, Levy.
GG, WP.
Kind of weird calling people by their last names, isn't it? Yeah. Nice hand, Levy. It's not my name. Well, I don't know your first name.
Talking of Levy, Sir Levy.
There we go, Sir.
Sir, we're just going to call him Sir Levy.
Sir Levy.
Out in front.
General Levy.
74 big blinds. That's the kind of spot you want to find yourself in when there's 210,000 for first, down to the final 5 tables here. Andrea Ricci on an absolute tear over the last 12 months. He's really putting in a ton of volume on the live field and getting the results. Joshua Marquardt on a bit of a spin up to 36 bigs. Doubling with the ace-3 against the ace-9 and then holding with the aces against the jacks. David Smolka, 33 bigs, that really cool 4-bet jam with the king-queen. Oleg Nataliev down there around 25 big blinds.
Yes, let's go, guys.
I'm working on it.
Yes.
Mine's 20,000, 40,000 now.
No, I just
Can't wait to go
didn't
to
say
the buffet in a bit.
that I was bluffing.
It's literally what I look forward to when I wake up.
Bet, you know.
Mark Ward picking up pocket sevens and hijack.
I got to tell you this story, man, because it's just quality, right? So Sean D just came third in the 25k platinum high roller for 6 figures, bracelet event. Followed it up with a 3rd place finish in the 50k high roller for another like huge payday. And if that wasn't already enough, then followed up with a 3rd place in the main event for like 700k. So cash for like over 1.2 million. But obviously 3 3rd place finishes, you know, some serious close calls. And then he joined me in the commentary booth for the Heads Up of the Main. And he was telling me how, you know, him and his wife really love needling each other. Like their relationship has been built off just like their senses of humor, which I totally understand. I love it. And he said, many people wonder how me and Ashley are still married since I got home last night. She's called me Mr. Bronzer, our bronze medalist, and said we should have a 3rd kid and call him Sean the 2nd. And when he has a kid, make him call him Sean the 3rd in honor of my Tawnies. Her needle game is stronger than mine. Not sure what one hurt the most. And I was reading that and I was thinking, if you ever get married, I feel like it's going to be a similar dynamic. You love a needle. You do love a needle.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a woman who knows how to give a needle back. I think.
Yeah, probably right.
That's brilliant. That is absolute quality.
Before I ever get married, that'll be the day.
I like your flower.
Yeah, right.
Very sunny.
Like, I'm sun running, you know.
He is some running. You got to admit it.
Thank you.
Sometimes it's just your time to win a tournament.
Lucky sweater.
Sometimes you get down out of the tournament through no fault of your own, just the way the cards fall. There are days where you are just destined to reach final tables, to run deep.
Have a water. What? Agua.
That's the beautiful thing about this game. It's the reason why it is as popular as it is. It's the reason why there is as much money put into it as there is. Because if it came down to hard work and dedication, it would be the same old guys winning. If it wasn't for the luck factor and the variance, this game wouldn't exist. Interesting flop. Hijack v Big Blind. Modern day cooler. Smolka flopping top. Nataliev with middle pair. This ace 8-7 tray. Hijack open against a very aggressive opponent in Smolka. Wouldn't be surprised to see Nataliev lose quite a few chips here, especially on this board texture.
Yeah, tough to get away from spots like this in these positions. I'd like to see Smolka size up. What size did he go? 135 into 220. Yeah, I like that.
135.
These are boards where we do size up, draw heavy, and we have a big advantage because of all the overpairs.
Yeah, I remember you pointing that out yesterday on a similar board texture, and it's certainly a mistake that I've made through observing in the commentary booth. Always felt like, you know, because we have overpair range advantage and set range advantage, we're meant to just continue small and wide. But it does make a lot of sense with these draw heavy boards to.
You choose sizes based also, like, it takes into account how your frequencies are on a board like this. So it's not a board that you always want to bet. So when there's a board that you range bet, you're always going to use a small size. But if it's a big board, big bet board, sorry, if it's a board that you're going to check sometimes, then you also can use a big bet. But if it's a board you're going to range bet, you don't often range bet big. So there are some.
We just talk about that fold there
Yeah, I love it.
from Italiev, just getting away from it. Flop middle pair. Not sure how much of a fan I am long term, but hey.
Population read, he just understands that people, when they size up on boards that, like you were saying, most people default to 1/3. So when something pops into their mind that goes, actually, maybe I should bet bigger on this board, generally that is because they have a good hand. It's not like you look at that board with like a nut flush draw and go, I should bet big. You're just happy to bet small so that if you get check raised, you can continue. Or you look at it with king, queen off and go, yeah, I should bet big on this board. Like, it doesn't naturally occur to most people. So if they've played a few hands together, I think it's just a really solid read that he's comfortable following. I got a lot of respect for that.
Yeah.
He's definitely not a nit, so like he's just made a good fold. He's a guy, he's not the kind of guy that doesn't know you're supposed to continue flops with pairs. I mean, he looks about as reggy as regs ever look.
Finely tuned intuition.
Exactly.
From Italiev. Got to wrap up this hand with you, mate, and then I am going to hit the gym. 45 minutes.
Cool. Sounds good.
Do you want me to grab anything on the way back?
No, when you're back, I'm going to go and raid the buffet.
Nice.
Yeah, I assume it's like, what time does it go till 10?
Yeah, we're going to, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put a
Oh, we'll be finished, won't we, before?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Levy in the big, facing the
240. 240.
3x. So look at this, just clicking it back to 240. There's some reg wars going on here. There's some street poker being played. So Levy, deep run in the main this summer, out in Vegas for career best cash.
This is one of those spots where you're in your small blind. Obviously his hand is trash and I expect him to fold, but this is one of those spots where you're like, do you actually ever do this when you got a good hand? Like, who min free bets? What kind of reg min free bets here?
Yeah.
They just, if they got aces or something, they just peel or whatever. Like, you just don't really see hands things like that as for value. But Nataliev just had such a bad hand that he couldn't know anything about it. But I don't doubt that he probably had a similar thought.
Just fuming at the idea of letting your opponent get away with one.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, I'll be back in an hour's time, mate.
Sweet.
Don't do anything that's gonna get us fired.
Pocket fives for Mondros in the hijack, and he is playing less than 10 big blinds, ships it in. Levy, ace-8 offsuit in the small blind, pretty close one. Ace high doing pretty well against a 10 big blind jamming range though from most positions, and a hand as good as ace-8 is going to be doing pretty well against this range, so wouldn't be surprised to see Levy call here. But does let it go. I think ace-9 off, he is definitely calling. 6-4 suited for Marquardt in the big blind. Nice one to defend, but not to call all in with. Mondros survives up to 12 bigs. Richie finding Queen Jack offsuit under the gun. Makes it 80k.
80 minimum.
Make it.
Montiano putting his last 9 big blinds in the middle with the ace-jack suited. I think Richie's just going to probably find the fold with this one. Not really doing too well against this range. Not getting a particularly good or inviting price either. Only a few big blinds. 9 big blinds to call, but I just think our hand is not quite strong enough. Be interested to see what he does though. I'm personally folding. Queen Jack kind of interesting though because I don't think it matters too much. I was going to say like getting it against Ace King and pairs is you got decent equity against that kind of range, but it's not like it's only Ace King. It's going to also have a bunch of other King highs and Ace highs that dominate us. So don't really dominate anything. I think maybe like Queen 10 suited goes in occasionally, but I doubt it to be honest. Not that quickly either. It seemed like a kind of snap all in. Calls. Yeah, I think this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this is a fold. Dealer going to run on the board, see if Richie can find a queen. It's drawing pretty thin now. Does have the backdoor clubs, but only good for 6% equity. Got some straight draw potential too, and there is a king on the turn. Never easy. Still retains a little bit of equity in the hand, 10%. Around 9% chance of hitting a 10. But king completes the board, full house for Montiano, and he'll double up to over 800k now. Bit of breathing room.
40, 50, 65.
Such a nice stack yesterday, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, today it's just.
He bluffed it.
Bluffed it away. Yeah, man. It looked like really nice, though. Not your day so far, huh? Yeah,
Not
of
finished
course.
yet.
No, of course. It's 2 hands and you're there again, right?
This is my ticket.
All the chips.
This is not mine.
Crazy.
Oh, this is mine. Ticket. Okay.
It doesn't matter, you just can't bust.
I didn't take.
Huh?
Can't bust, and
Yeah.
Take.
it doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, exactly.
Professional.
I mean, just survive, you know? Totally.
Yes. Okay.
You survived.
Just over 40 players remaining in this warm-up event. 500k guaranteed, but they absolutely smashed that, getting 1.15 million in the prize pool. Over 600 players and over $200,000 for first place. So absolutely massive tournament here at Merit Poker and Casino in Cyprus, Northern Cyprus. There are plenty more festivals next year here at Merit. There's going to be a Western Series in January with a very similar layout of tournaments, 2.2k with a 400k guarantee, or 500k guarantee, excuse me, and then a 3.3k main event with a $1.5 million guarantee. And we do have a main event of this series coming up later this week.
He's big blind.
Oh, it's big.
Yeah, yeah.
But we will be covering day 4 of this tournament tomorrow before we get to the main event. Natalia in the hijack with 19 big blinds. Queen 9 off. Does let it go.
Play like 500?
9.
9? Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
He meant no. He meant to say no in your language.
9? Does he know I'm German?
No,
Before you fold, you must put it here, then you see it, and then you fold.
Elimelech in the big blind with the ace queen off. Playing 20 bigs. Versus Smolka's small blind limp. They're going to want to ISO this one. Obviously more than happy to get it in. Facing a limp jam. Goes absolutely massive, makes it 190k. Almost 5x.
Next time I'm just gonna ask you. You probably know exactly. But it's not allowed, huh? To ask other people for this stuff.
probably not.
Yeah.
But if I see someone answers anyway, so I don't mind just answering for him.
Yeah. Well, I can count too, but you know.
Yeah, I know.
That's right. Yeah.
Smolka picking up King 10 offsuit on the button. Makes it 80k. Both the blinds putting under 25 big blinds, but both with absolute burgers getting out of the way. This guy looks a bit like Rob Young. Any of you know who Rob Young is? Guy who owns Dust Till Dawn in the UK. Puts on some stuff with Party Poker as well. Marquardt finding himself another nice opening hand in the hijack.
80? 8? 80?
Makes it 80k. Ace Jack for Smolka in the cutoff. Both these guys playing very similar stacks. Around 35, between 35 and 40 bigs. Smolka decides to just call, doesn't want a 3-bet, face a jam with a hand as strong as Ace Jack. Because it would be a disaster to be folding against a hand like this. That's a good example. And Ashkenazi in the small blind decides to complete with the 7-6 offsuit. Unconventional peel. Richie in the big blind with the 8-4 off, just going to get out of the way, I think. Not. Decides he's going to peel this one. Anybody interested, the 8-4 off is a very, very out of range, and even in Chippy V, and there is actually ICM implications here as well, so the 8-4 off will be a very clear fold. 8-6, 8-5 off even getting folded, 9-6 off, 10-8 off, even Jack 9 off, Queen 9 off, King 9 off get folded in this spot pre-flop from the big blind.
How much, sorry? 140?
Very, very suited, combination heavy. Obviously we're raising, we're jamming a lot of our value. 8s plus, Ace 9 suited, that type of stuff, King 10 suited, Ace Jack off, but yeah, those offsuit disconnected hands have so little equity against 3 ranges, so they just really end up getting folded. Because if one person has a pocket pair, we're just in absolutely dire shape. Like a pocket pair better than 4s, we just have absolutely terrible equity. So I'm surprised to see that from Richie, that defend there. Quad, finding Jack 8 off. It's nice to let it go. Smolka opening the Ace 10 off in the hijack. Richie getting out of the way of the small blind. Wondrous in the big blind with a 5-4 off. Different, completely different when it's heads up. This we definitely want to be defending. It's not dominated too often.
Yeah.
Your threshold for stacking off when you've got 10 bigs is much lower. So we want to have defended that one, but that is okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
That one there, we would have defended all the way down to 5-2 off. 4-2 off, 4-3 off, 6-3 off, 7-3 off, even in there a little bit. You're only folding the really disconnected offsuit ones, 10-4, 9-4, and the really weak ones like 3-2, and 10-2, 9-2, all that stuff. But other than that, we defend a lot. We defend in some manner. We defend 90% of our range. We're only folding 10% of the time, which is not very many combos. 235 combos, 75% call, 15% all in from the big blind. Mostly linear for value, all your pairs. Ace-8 off plus, Ace-5 suited plus. Schmolka, 8. Opening up the Queen 10 suited under the gun +3. And Ashkenazi putting in the absolutely massive free bet in the cutoff. Puts in 350k, well over 4x. Suspect we'll see Schmolka get out of the way, and he does instantly fold, so Ashkenazi getting the dominating hand to fold. Up over 1.5 million. Pocket 3's under the gun for Levy, and he is playing a very healthy stack indeed. 75 big blinds. Decides to let it go. Good decision. Marquard opening Queen Jack suited under the gun +1.
$210.
Richie in the cutoff, putting in the 3-bet, makes it 210k. Love this, but perhaps ill-timed as Montiano finds jacks in the small blind, and he does not have a stack that's going to ever consider folding. Moves all in. And going to get it through everybody. Montiano up over 1.1 million after scooping that one. Really good, really nice. The last couple of orbits for him. Schmolka opening under the gun +1 with a 7-6 suited. Ooh. 10-8 off in the cutoff for Mondros. Into the muck. And Montiano found himself a pair of queens on a right old heater. Unlikely to get action out of Schmolka though. But he has made it pretty small, 215k, just over 2.5x. So Schmolka may feel compelled to call versus this small sizing. He's got a good hand to take up against
Play
the
1.1.
kind of 3-bet value range. Not going to be dominated very often. These hands are pretty powerful. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a call here. Does let it go though, disciplined fold. Schmolka picking up a nice one. King Queen suited under the gun.
The other one with you. Nice. One other one with you. Nice.
Nothing for anybody else so far. Let's see what Marquard's got in the big one. Jack 6 suited, definitely defendable.
Easy life. Easy life.
Lets it go though, very tight fold there from Marquard. Like I said earlier, I think he's probably in through some kind of satellite or something. Seems to be a pretty big spot for him, judging on a couple of physical movements he's made at certain stages, especially when he had the aces, so fair enough.
שלחתי לו לינק. יש לינק לאינטרנט. יש לינק לזה. יכול להיות בלח.
Ashkenazi just in there with the 10-9 off as well under the gun. Peeled the 7-6 off earlier, just absolutely loves it. Goes for almost a full 3x as well, and Richie +2 with the ace-10 offsuit. Interesting decision here, but Alex to let it go, seems reasonable.
Follow in. You follow in. Button's good. Maybe no.
Gets it done with the 10-9-0.
Follow then.
Not here to fold. Folding. Everybody folding this hand so far. No opens. Marquardt on the button though with the Jack-6 suited. Didn't defend it out of the big blind, facing the open, so we'll see if he opens with it. He does decide to open. Perhaps wants to take his chances in position a bit more. Smolka picking up a monster in the small blind though. Ace King offsuit, playing around 32 big blinds. Interesting to see what he decides to go for here. I think a jam is definitely on the table, but he decides to make it 300k, a little under a 4x 3-bet. Elimelech in the big blind, nothing for him to get involved with. Folds the King 8 off, so one of Smolka's outs gone should he need it, but I imagine we're going to see Marquardt just fold here. Does just let it go. Smolka back up to the 1.5 million chip mark.
Just kidding.
Now I had the best hand out of all of the 3-bets.
Probably. I believe you. This was the best out of all the 3-bets?
Once you get back.
But I'm terrible in live sizing.
Yeah. I noticed, like, it was pretty big, so I was like, I wanted to call you then. Make it a little cheaper. Come on, man. Let me in.
Interesting bit of table talk there.
Light sizing is
Like cosmetics, I should a little less.
online. You're just clicking buttons. All hotkeys.
Action player getting moved. That's no good for the entertainment factor. Levy finding pocket sixes in the hijack. Definitely going to be opening.
Nice. Don't look nice on the camera. It's okay.
Marquardt in the cutoff with the Queen 9 suited. Could definitely go for a free bet here, but we've seen him on the Schnagel side.
Sorry.
Decides to let it go.
Can you take this? Oh, sorry.
Richie with a 10-7 off in the big blind. Expect we'll see him defend. Does peel. Pretty much a flip. See who flops the best of it. 8, 5, 2, 2 spades. Pretty strong flop for Levy's hand. Only one overcard. And he's got spade in his hand too. A couple of backdoor straight draws. So hand definitely going to be strong enough to bet and call a raise should he face one. So I expect we'll see a c-bet here.
Count stacks.
Yes. All the tricks.
Pretend like it's
All
bigger
the-
decision.
Yeah, I would do it. Before bet me 4 times. I get an idea, you know. Now, he's so weak now. He used to tank.
Nothing personal. We can get a drink later.
Of course, man. All good. I'm just joking. All fair game. You're in position.
Makes it 70k on the flop and takes that one down.
Wrong about 3
Very,
betting.
very comfortable stat for Levy over the 3 million chip mark. Definitely going to have his eyes on the deep run here.
You can do it wrong.
Huh?
You can do it wrong.
Yeah. Sure.
Don't think about history that it is wrong. Some people do it wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Luciano going to be sending this one into the muck. Nataliev not going to be sending this one into the muck though. A few too many big blinds to jam though. Still playing over 16 bigs, so expect to just see an open.
Raise 18.
Raise 18. Fold.
Elimelech. Pocket fours on the button, not deep enough to peel. Lets it go. Richie in the small blind though, the pocket eights. His hand is definitely good enough. Can be interesting to see. I think we're just going to see an all in here. And then we'll see Nataliev eventually get out of the way. King Jack suited, not going to be strong enough to call a jam.
All in.
Nataliev asking for a count, but I think you can see from there that he is covered. So he's the effective stack, 16 bigs.
Is there a dinner break now? Or
No, ordinary break. I asked them.
no?
Ordinary?
It was only 8 level we played today. Let's say all breaks.
45 minutes, only 15.
No,
Less than-
for us.
Yeah.
795.
7-9.
Nataliev does eventually get out of the way. Richie back up to close to 1 million chips.
Not eating break. Maybe like a small fruit or something like that.
Yeah. Fruit is good. So we play down to final table play?
Yes. 8 level.
8 levels?
I was told so.
From what level?
25.
25?
After
25.
25 we finish.
So after this, 2 more.
Okay.
More 2 levels.
Shorter than yesterday.
It's not going fast enough.
Yeah.
For a final day, 30 left.
Yeah, but the final day will also be like, should be like 10 hours or at least, probably even more.
Structure is way too good.
Structure way too
not
good.
gonna
No
complain.
such thing.
Yeah.
Should be counting your blessings.
I have nothing to do tomorrow. And the day after too.
be finding Jack 10 suited under the gun +1. Picked up his fair share of hands today. Marquardt also with a nice one, ace queen offsuit. Marquardt putting in a 3-bet. Makes it 240k to go. Smolka gets out of the way from the hijack with the queen jack offsuit.
I'm not like. You know,
Close one.
I'm not like my neighbor to the left. I'm not picking on you all the time. Just forget me.
You're not getting cards as good as mine.
Probably. I will say
That's
like
one
that.
answer, one excuse for it.
But yeah, probably some decent hands.
Slight caller here. Elimelech in the hijack with the ace jack offsuit, playing 20 big blinds. Ace king suited for Richie in the cutoff. Elimelech could definitely believe he has the best hand here, some of the time at least. And Montrose finding pocket fives behind with 7 bigs. It's another very interesting spot for him. When Mondros calls, I think Elimelech is going to fold a little bit more because it looks so strong to just call it off for 7 bigs with obviously no fold equity. Like, you have to have some kind of hand, whereas at least Richie's range can have some potentially lighter jams in it. Hijack versus cut off, so interesting to see what Mondros decides to do. Decides to call it off the last 7 bigs, can't blame him for that. This might force Elimelech to get out of the way and avoid a bit of a caller. Could have been very tempted to call ace jack, 20 bigs, cut off, hijack versus cut off. Does get out of the way and he's like, yes. Said he had an ace.
Imulum kapel זה מעניין. אם הוא לא משלם
Ace jack, S valley. So Richie down and out. But still has 50% of the equity here, just a straight flip pretty much. Action. Very sweaty one for Mondros. Richie 2 overs and a nut flush draw now.
Yeah, that would
Mondros
be
calling
nice.
for
What?
a 6.
7.
Ooh.
King is a bad one.
Yeah.
Fives drawing extremely thin now, just 2 outs.
That's not entertaining.
No.
Jack on the
Also
river.
disappointing.
Black guy.
Yeah.
Seals it for Richie as he moves up to 1.4
Then
million.
Is the turn. You should pick. Or queen.
Yeah. Yeah. Dinner break now? Oh.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Still play, right? Sometimes they're gonna stop the clock, but
Lucy, Lucy, it's no penalty. It's no penalty. No.
Next feature table after we go on a 15-minute break. These guys are going to be making an appearance. Some faces we've already had on there before.
Lucy, dai.
Some pretty big stacks in some of those seats. Ooh, especially that one, 2.5 mil at least. Way more actually.
He can see what you have or no?
Stop. No. In penalty, we need to stand up.
Penalty. Stand up. Go small. Take my money, the casino take
Raise
my
80.
money. I want to steal the small black.
A couple more hands before we head on to break though. Smolka opening it 10-8 suited under the gun +1. Medemelech in the hijack. King Queen off. Another pretty close one for him, an interesting spot. Depends on your perception of Smolka. So what you can do here, but King Queen makes a fine jam. I think call would be okay. I think fold at small frequency would be okay as well. Does fold. I'm gonna have a look at that one because I'm not sure. Not sure what that tank was about. Whether you've aced enough in the big blind. Imagine we just defend here. Seems a bit too good to 3-bet bluff. Don't want to 3-bet fold this hand out of the big blind when we don't have to. Looks like he is going for the 3-bet though. Makes it 320 and that gets a fold from Smolka, but Levy did have it dominated. We are going to go on a break after this hand. 37 players remaining. We'll be back for a couple more levels, I believe. Richie trying to take down the last hand before the break. Opens the ace-8 offsuit in the hijack. does take that one down pre-flop. That's going to see us head on a break, so we will be back in 15 minutes.
Table. So just waiting for all of the hands to play out on every table before cards go on their backs. This could be a very short bubble here. I was expecting us to be sat here for a good 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a quick one. Plenty of all-ins.
This is literally hand number one of hand-for-hand play. Things you'd love to see. Huge prize pools and short bubbles. Although it depends, if you're the chip leader,
you kind of want it to keep going.
You do indeed. Let's see a crowd surround the table.
One table 3 and one on the feature table. We're going to start on table 3. Showdown.
So it is Bogdan Andrei in seat 9 with kings. David Victor Smolka with the sevens. So a 7 would burst the bubble. Kings obviously looking to just hold here and secure that min cash of $3,440. So a clean run out for the Kings.
Nice.
Bogdan Andrei Montano gets the double. Back over to our feature table. Got King Queen O all in against Jack 10 suited.
Короче, вот такое мне сообщение пришло. Привет. Увидел Влад.
My guy got a GoPro.
אני מכניס אתכם לכסף.
He's GoProing the bubble. What a lad.
Yeah. Green.
Jack 10 of clubs. Full of money. 40% of the time we are going to beat ITM. 72 left, 71 paid. Lek, the all-in player at risk, come all the way from America, and well, 10-9 deuce. Lamani flops top pair. 3 of spades on the turn, and we are 1 card away from being in the money chat. Deuce of clubs is going to seal it. Our American friend, Lek, eliminated on the bubble.
Brutal, but what can you do?
7 bigs, just jamming in the King Queen O.
Yeah, might be a fold, honestly. Could very well be a fold.
I have a lot of friends short stick.
Bebar's picking up jacks under the gun, pops it to 45k.
Baybars seems to run deep in all of these events. It's actually insane.
Sometimes you just know what you're doing, don't you?
Let's have a look at Baybars' Headland mob. Little Baybars. 177,000 in total live earnings. 55th on Turkey's all-time money list. We all know who the leader is of that list. Yeah, look at this, just super consistent. Since 19th of September, first saw him back at the Party Poker live event here. FT the PLO.
Good spot for you.
One day
FT.
mini main event, 3K, and he won it for 25K.
Yeah.
Wow, must have got very few runners.
FT.
So we've got some stuff going on here. Everybody fancies a piece of it. Baybars opening the jacks. Vati under the gun +1 just puts in the call with the ace-9 offsuit. Lamani in the hijack, peeling the queen-9 suited. Both of those a little bit of a wide peel, you might say. Nikitin in the small blind with the sevens, pretty standard. Now Pankov in the big blind. Jack 8 using a time bank.
Oh, nice. The time bank chips have been called out. Love that. So we got a clock in play now.
Yeah, I think Pankov just wants to fold this one. Again, it's one of those types of hands that flops a lot of second pairs or gut shots, and the SPR is going to be so big for us. We're literally going to have SPR of 1 if we defend. So we're going to be forced to go broke on kind of jack high boards or 8 high boards where we rarely have the best hand. So I think I'd make a nitty fold here. Dominated a lot. You can see Baybars has him absolutely crushed.
Wow.
There it is. 8,
Wow,
7,
wow.
3. This could be some fireworks. Pankov flopping top pair out of the big blind.
Good luck, Baybars.
And I would have expected... Is it still his turn? Yeah. I would expect to probably see a donk jam here from Pankov. His
Just
hand
never getting away from it, right?
No. His hand needs a lot of protection. If he does have the best hand now, he can't check fold an 8. This is the whole reason that you can't. Yeah, it does just go for the shove. You can't peel these hands if you're not going broke on a board like this. So does go for the donk jam, and now Baybars potentially go for the rejam here. 495k. He's only got 25 bigs behind in his stack. Already 470k in the pot. So expect to see him rejam here. Unblocks all the draws. Obviously needs a lot of protection.
You know, the craziest thing about all of this, Leo, is as Pankov jammed, Nikitin, who sat there with the middle set, said, "Good luck all in."
Did he?
Yeah. He's just like, good luck.
Good luck all in, I've got a set.
There's 3 people behind left to act. He's waiting in trap 4 to just snap call it off.
Yeah.
Savage. It's like, good luck, mate. I'm sorry that I'm going to bust you. Wow, Baybars does move all in over the top. Drawing to just 1 out. Pankov drawing to running cards. Vati going to get out of the way. As will Lamani.
3-3.
Snap call for Nikitin.
Yeah. And he's got them both absolutely crushed. 95% pretty much of the equity here. Small chance of a chop. How is there a small chance of a chop? What am I missing?
Oh, I don't think you're missing anything, mate.
94.14. That only adds up to 99.
Yeah, I think it's just the actual
99.1.
Yeah, exactly. Just haven't added up.
У меня была 7. That's how you run when you're pro.
King of clubs on the turn.
So Pankov drawing dead.
Pankov completely dead, and Baybars 1 out. Nikitin going to scoop an absolutely massive pot here as the 10 hits the river up to $1 million, 1.5 million.
Yeah, it's very close.
Double knockout. Nikitin extends his arm over to Baybars.
Who puts him in an armbar and says, F you, buddy.
Волшебство.
I don't know what's happened. I don't know. I forget what I eat on the breakfast. I think it's most important.
I need to know that.
For those of you just joining us, we're in the money. 68 left. Everyone guaranteed $3,440 for their efforts so far. This Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Vintage style festival of over $3 million guaranteed in November. Why is it that everyone's sunglasses choice?
Super reflective.
There's that, yeah, but everyone's sunglasses choice, it just seems to be infinitely better than my go-to sunglasses. I just look like Sloth from the Goonies every time I wear glasses. Have a look at this. Jack 3-3. Vati just flat calling. The Queen 3 suited on the button. She's here to play.
I know. Love this.
And fortunately, it's just ace high. But this is why people play tournaments, chat.
Absolutely.
This is why people play tournaments.
Also, shout out to
just
never use Wizz Air, just in case you were wondering. Unrelated, but don't do it.
Can you not get sued for that statement? This is. It wouldn't be slander, would it? It would be.
It would be telling the truth.
No comment on my part, because I'm not trying to get dragged into this legal case.
Yeah. Sue me. What are you going to do?
What's the term? It is slander, right?
Slander or libel. Libel's
That's
written. No, libel's written, I think. Slander is. Slander is the one. I mean, it is slander. I'm going ahead and slandering Wizz Air. They are absolutely trash, garbage people.
There we go. Gemmond betting 180 into 210.
Yeah, and Vati absolutely loving this. How can Giemond ever think that he's behind here? Like, ace-jack, that's it, basically. You just are not putting any 3x in the button flatting range apart from quads. And he even blocked... Oh, he doesn't block any ace-3 suited, so there could be an ace-3 of diamonds or an ace-3 of clubs out there, but... I love this. Vati getting it with the time back. It's not her first rodeo.
Yeah, there's no way. This is her first rodeo. The old time extension, that is... it's an OP trick. Let's see what she comes with. No, she's come with the raise.
Interesting.
Just cool. He's gonna have... Oh, wow. Okay, he didn't. I thought he moved all in and she like snap called. She's clicked it to 360. So given about 180 into 210. I feel like she could have just flat called. I mean, Gimmon would have had significantly less than pot behind. Would have been 600k in the middle. Does also have the King of Hearts in hand, so he's blocking some of the hands, like not many, but like King 10, King Queen of Hearts. Very impressed. You can get away from this, although...
Did the flop go check?
No.
No.
No, but flop. Although Vati has just given him absolutely every...
opportunity.
Yeah. To really get away from this. If there's ever a time where you just fold ace king, well, it does just move all in and she's snap called. He's already grimaced. See, tables the ace king.
Oh, no, not three, no, please, no three. Oh, this is
Oh my god, stop.
You just got snap called, pal. Like,
What do you think she's got? You don't beat anything once she snap calls.
Oh, he's standing up. He's throwing the time bank chips in the middle. He's pulling out all the tricks to drill an ace. No dice. 5 of clubs on the river in Vati. To 2 million chips now.
Open call. Yeah, but like, she doesn't flatten. Whoa, it's mine.
Oh, sorry.
$170K. That feels really sus. I've never found a Hendon mob where someone like their first live cash was like 3 months ago. Wonder if he's just some online crusher, or maybe he just had a
1 series heater. First
yeah,
time.
either that or his name was like misspelt on like a different Hendon mob. Or
Yeah, it's true. I used to have 2 Hendon mob pages for a long time. Welcome back after that brief intermission. Back on the feature table with another levy with also absolutely chunks. Maybe they're related. Twins, perhaps. That'd be funny. Identical twins and they both got the same stack in a tournament. Fazel in second there, 46 big blinds, 2.3 million. Kabazi. Third in chips at this table, just under 2 million. We've had him on our feature table yesterday. Langart also on our feature table yesterday.
50-50.
So good to see some of those guys still in. Only 7 players at this table, a couple of empty seats. Tables will start to be kind of unevenly balanced for a little while as you get deeper. Not enough players to fill all the tables, not enough players to even have 1 empty seat, so getting pretty deep now. 37 players left, down to just over 5% of the field. Absolutely smashed the guarantee out of the park this tournament. Over doubled the original guarantee, so not too shabby.
All in.
Good luck.
And developing now a different levy. Opening the ace jack. Kleiper all in with pocket 8s for under 10 big blinds. See who wins their flips. Well, that is a pretty good flop for Levy. Flops top pair and the nut flush draw. Kleiper down to 1 out. So things not looking good for him. King of Hearts on the turn seals it. Drawing dead. Kleiper eliminated in 37th place. Not a bad run.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you. Play it out. We need players to get here.
Okay.
Levy picking up 8-9 suited now in the hijack. We got a new Levy, and he's also got chunks. They got like similar stacks and everything. Pretty funny.
The Levy's going to play heads up.
I don't know. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I don't know if they're related. Maybe they're like
Some
cousins.
Levy on Levy action.
Yeah.
All in.
Grigorev. A little 18 or 16 big blind rejam rather from the small. That was so much respect. Like I remember watching poker 5 years ago and people just would not take these spots at all.
Cool.
And now people just realize that you can actually fold out. So bet has maybe not with this hand. I don't think we're folding out king queen. Maybe king queen o, maybe ace jack o, but unlikely in these positions. Hijack v small blind.
Yeah, I think King Queen O is probably folding. Not loving it, but folding. Ace Jack O probably calls.
איך אני קראתי את היד? אין לי פלאפון. אני לא יכול להיות עם פלאפון.
So everyone currently guaranteed $6,435 for
I
their
think so,
effort.
yeah. Or they're all on that page jump right now. I don't know exactly how many are left.
לא, 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 די, מספיק. כמה גרנטי יש? כמה גרנטי יש? 50,000, אבל 14 שחקנים. מה זה מעניין? מה שאתה רוצה? לא? אני נראה לי עושה.
Hand number 115, eh? 36 left. We are on that money jump, by the way.
Yeah.
So everyone currently guaranteed $5,545 for their efforts.
$900 pay jump. After one more elimination.
Dollar pay jump.
Faisal in the hijack, opening the Queen 6 suited. He's got himself a healthy stack as well. Over 40 bigs, almost 50.
So what did I miss, Leonidas?
What did you miss?
Doesn't sound like much. Cool.
Nah, not much. There
No.
wasn't too many fireworks. There weren't too many fireworks, I should say. Oh, disgusting English.
Absolutely disgusting.
Grigorev, 7-8 suited on the button. He flicks in the call off his 20 big blindish stack. Langer out the way with the ace-7 suited in the small blind. Heads up. Nine, 7-5, all spades. Faisal flopping at the bottom end of the gut shot. Grigorev with a pair at a gut shot. No spade for either player though. Faisal going to take a stab at this one. Continues for 80k. Grigorov makes the call. Doesn't look like he's enjoying it too much though. 4 on the turn. Faisal picks up an open ender. Decides to check. Grigorov checks it back. Jack of diamonds on the river doesn't change anything, so Grigorov does have the best hand to see if he gets to get to showdown, or if he can perhaps pick off a bluff from Faisal.
A bit of a scare card, right? Jack of diamonds and the Jack X of spades type hands. Hijack v button.
Not too many offsuit combos, but
you would
there are some.
assume.
Yeah, there could be some like ace jack off, king jack off, out of spade for sure. Maybe queen jack.
It's out here with the queen 6 suited. I mean, my guy. It's a bit of an update from the floor. Nina Krasnolnikova. We covered yesterday. Remember aces against kings?
I remember. Oh,
twice.
Yeah.
It's cruising along, man. Up
Yeah.
to 2 million chips. So she's still out there getting it done. Well, he's trying to get it done. Keep an eye on that. There are a lot of updates. Go on, Leo. I interrupted you, man.
You did. That was terribly rude. Grigorov flicks in the hero call and receives the good news. Nice call for him. He's up over 1.4 million now.
More good news. Everyone's now guaranteed 6,435 euros.
Page up.
Dollars, rather. Dollar efforts.
На большой блайнд это называется.
У тебя тоже так все делал, да?
Какая ты не так?
У меня вообще... Что, на 10 не собалуемся, не будем?
Не обещали.
Не обещали?
אין, אני לא יכול.
אני שמאלי, קצת
What did you snag from the buffet?
Oh, mate, all sorts of stuff.
All-
Including another one of those chocolate Swiss rolls. Highlight of the evening. I actually just had like chicken and rice and like a load of greens because I was feeling like I should eat some vegetables.
I reckon, mate, you drive your minivan, your bus, once it's all done up here.
To Cyprus.
To Cyprus.
Okay.
And then we just like rotate commentary playing, commentary.
Live in the Merritt car park in the camper van.
Mate,
Go to the
you got
buffet.
access to everything.
It's true. It's a good
Cash
shout.
games, everything. Cheap flights to European stops.
Yeah.
Got a place to live.
True. It's not a bad idea. Ashkenazi back on the feature table. He was a fun one to watch earlier. He was doing a bit of blasting. All sorts of interesting hands, so. But he is absolutely crushed against the Kings of Isaiah. Makes it 315, so very, very small free bet as well after Ashkenazi opens the full 3x. Isaiah trying to give Ashkenazi every opportunity to continue. And I guess he probably will.
Wait, who just said snap call? Did he just snap called? He just beat him to the pot.
I think he just said snap call at the same time as well. He was like, yes, I'll snap call. Okey-dokey. Ace 8-6, always an ace.
Ace magnets.
Six on the turn after the flop goes check. Doesn't change anything. Let's see if Ashkenazi decides to turn his falls into a bluff. Probably going to be a bit worried about the old top set maneuver here though. Min free bet pre-flop, check back the ace high board.
Yeah, Sire going for the 3 bet off of 22 rather than jamming, which is, you know, a thing. I actually really like it.
Yeah.
If you're mixing in some like ace 10-0s or some king 10-0s.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I probably wouldn't want to use king 10-0 in these positions, but
let's go.
Definitely an ace 10-0 or an ace 5 suited.
Ashkenazi, the half pot on the river.
Isaiah talking to himself.
Well, I've 3-bet pre. Does make the call. 1.9 million. Up to 40 bigs. Ashkenazi down to 2.1. We thoughts, Leo, on the 4s river bet there. Trying to get 10s through
alright
kings to
me.
fold.
Yeah, seems alright. I'd probably start just taking off on the turn if I was going to be bluffing. You want to go for 2 against hands like that, because once he checks back the flop and you do actually have an ace, the times you do actually have an ace, you're going to be blocking that top set check back, so you're not super worried about it, and you're mostly targeting kings and queens and stuff like that. So I think you can just bet small, and get kings and queens and stuff to fold like that. Go for a 2-street game myself. Ace-6 suited for Faisal. Opens under the gun +1, 105k. Jack-9 suited for Isaiah.
Oh, we're going to get down to less than the final 4 tables, mate. 34 left.
Yeah, 2 hours to go for sure. We might get down to like 24 or something.
Mate, I reckon. As soon as we got 2 hours, you should probably go for a stroll and find us something sweet on your way back.
Another cake?
I reckon you should, mate. Yeah.
Should I just go to the buffet and come back with a whole... did you see out there at the front? There was like a plate of stuff. Did you not see it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, go out.
I can't. We're commentating. But you can go.
You can go for you can go for 5 seconds.
Nah.
It's literally in the main room.
Okay.
They've just got this like table filled with like donuts and stuff. It's all got like sprinkles all over.
Oh,
it
it's because it was Jasmine's birthday.
Ah, there
Did you see?
Go and eat some of Jasmine's birthday cake.
Did you see the dog that got in?
I saw several dogs. I've seen a few dogs in this hotel since I've been here. They're all very friendly.
But actually in the
in the
card
poker room. No, I didn't see that.
He was like barking and like.
Is he the little scruffy one?
No.
No. Like a more of a smooth coat white one.
No, I haven't.
No.
No.
You haven't seen it?
Haven't seen it. No. Keep an eye out for him.
Well, you just said that you saw him.
Well, I saw the little black one. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
the
actually,
black
he's pretty big. Actually.
I haven't seen the little black one. Last time I was in Cyprus, we went to a restaurant down by the beach once, and this dog followed us home from the restaurant and then spent the rest of the week sleeping in our Airbnb. So we called him Jet.
Just making friends like that, eh?
Because he was jet black. Something sweet. And we kill Bane with the sweet tooth. Oh, I've just had cake, but I do want more.
Go ahead, mate.
The desserts at the buffet in here, though, are not as good as the ones at the main one. And I don't know if I can walk through the whole hotel with a plate of desserts.
What do you mean the whole hotel?
Like from the buffet upstairs.
Right. They're not as good as the ones here.
No, they're way better.
The ones
I'm saying
upstairs.
if I went upstairs, I'd have to walk through the hotel lobby with a plate of cake, and I feel like a bit of a pig doing that.
I reckon you throwing out a couple of important names, just like, hey, Ashkan invited me here, or Ms. Songul invited me here. If anyone questions you, they're going to very quickly apologize and be like, I'm so sorry for stepping in front of you. Please do continue going about your day.
Please eat all the cake you like, you fat bastard. Kabazi +2, ace-4 suited. Did we just see somebody fold ace-4 suited +1? I think we did.
I think we did, yeah.
Kabazi, ace king 10 suited though. He's definitely not going to be folding.
Big fan of Kabazi. He just seems to just be very consistent. I told you he loves the great game of PLO, but he also seems to just be running deep in a lot of these. 207k in total live earnings. Won a hyper turbo here back in May. Couple of second places for 5-figure scores.
Not too shabby, but like you say, predominantly a cash game player. Levy picking up a Queen Jack suited in the big blind. He does have his suits locked, unfortunately. Suit locked. So a couple of diamonds could make things interesting.
Oi, oi.
Oi, oi. Ace, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds. Kabazi going to be going for the range bet here. But going to be loving the actual hand he has as well.
How bad's the FOMO been kicking in for you today, poker-wise?
A little bad, but
Yeah.
not too bad, you know.
No?
I'm alright in the booth this week.
Yeah, I think it's perfect that we have Monday off. I feel like after tomorrow, I'm going to kind of... Because I'm getting there. I was actually thinking of maybe grinding for a few hours tonight. But I would also patiently...
Yeah, I was thinking of
patiently
grinding
wait
tonight as well.
until Monday.
Could definitely happen. Saturday, I don't know if it makes any difference in Cyprus.
Ooh, wow.
Does day of the week make any difference here, or the game's probably just always good, aren't they, during the series?
Yeah, always running. 420 in the middle.
Back to the cooler at hand. Kabaze turning the nut flush, Levo turning the second nut flush, and this is going to get really nasty for Levy because he should effectively have the nuts here. Like, there are very, very few combos he's losing to. Obviously, there's aces full and ace deuce, but that's a very small percentage. Only 2 combos of ace 2 suited, only 3 combos of aces. And Levi might not expect Kabaze to always fast play his aces full. So pretty interesting to see how this one develops. He just goes for the check call on a turn. Maybe perhaps a bit suspicious at that bet sizing.
I feel like that's all we can do in this spot, right? Like, are we meant to have check raises on this ball texture?
Yeah, I would think so. Different if it's ace ace deuce. But ace deuce deuce, I would say we're... Oh, especially ace deuce deuce 5, big blind with 3 diamonds. Yeah, we would 100% have check raises on this. This is actually a much better board for the big blind than it is for the opener. We got straights, we got deuce X, we got more ace 5 offsuit, we got more flushes. We don't have the nut advantage, but we still have more than enough strong hands. Like, we both have ace deuce suited. We can have ace deuce off out of the big blind.
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. I can't be loving this, but...
No, now we're absolutely not loving it. But still just calling, because there's enough combos of like 10-9 suited and stuff like that. Just worse flushes that are value owning themselves. And potentially something like King of Diamonds, Queen as a bluff, so... I don't think Levy's going to end up folding this one. He's just going to call it off. Yeah, does. Gets the bad news.
Thank you.
2 million chip pot, one of the biggest,
pot, yeah.
biggest pots of the tournament. And Levy, can't believe it. I mean, you've only got like the 15th nuts, mate. 34 left, but yeah, cooler situation.
Very unlucky there. Nasty one to be on the wrong end of.
Yeah, as we spoke about earlier on, you know, sometimes in not just tournament poker, but even in like cash games, it's just your turn to die, or your turn to lose a massive hand.
To be mortally wounded.
Through absolutely no fault of your own, you're just defending the big and you turn a flush.
Yeah. Still got over 20 bigs though, so it's not the complete end of the world.
Oh yeah, it's cruising. 25, 30 bigs, big blind 50k. Sire, unfortunately, can't pip the 10-8 suited.
Nothing much for anybody so far. Shefagulin. Is this a different Shafagulin?
I mean, there's probably...
Might be a much more common name than I think.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, there's probably names, right? Kind of like Smith or...
Like I imagine Levy is a very common Israeli name.
Yeah.
Surname.
Or like Peters or...
Yeah. Shafagulin seems a bit more unique, but what do I know?
It probably, yeah. So does Smith probably to them whenever they're...
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. They hear Worthington Least and they're like, I bet that's really common. Everybody's called that where you're from.
Yeah, it's funny. We've got pretty unique surnames, to be fair. Well, you definitely do.
Didn't come cheap, you know. I had to buy that on eBay.
Yeah, I was thinking of buying one of my own. I go with Bond.
Bond. Kill Bond.
Seeing as we're going to potentially be going to Montenegro if we play our cards right.
Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be nice? I've never been to Montenegro. I always love going to a new place. Kabaze cruising after winning that chunky little pot. He's up well over the 3 million chip mark. Going to be up there in terms of chip counts. I haven't really seen much. I haven't seen any 4 million plus yet at the feature table, so
no,
definitely going to be up there.
Going over to Facebook page.
See if there's any chip count reports over there. Ace-Jack suited now for Kabaze under the gun. 3.2 million. 25k, sorry, 20k, 50k. So 64 bigs. Very, very healthy stack indeed. Makes it 105 to go. Grigorev +1. King Queen off. May choose to go down the 3-bet bluff route with this hand, but instead decides to just let it go. Very disciplined. Just snap folds. Ashkenazi pocket fours once again. Puts it in the cutoff. Seeing if he can find himself a 4 on the flop.
Three left, 5% in the field. This is where you start. Maybe not start dreaming of final table. You think about end of day, bagging up, getting some rest, coming back for the big day tomorrow. I've already spent the 200k in my head.
At this point, I'm like, I'll be lucky if I don't come 33rd. Usually, like I just approach MTTs with no expectations, no nothing.
That's great.
I've played enough to know that 30 left means absolutely nothing. It's only really of interest to me once there's like 15 left, I think. Not of interest, but you know what I mean. Not like I start maybe thinking, okay, how we're going to approach final tables, etc., etc. But yeah, I think even 15, a lot can change in a structure like this.
It's interesting to hear you say it. Like, I love the way you manage your expectations. You're not setting yourself up for failure by being overly disappointed if you do start purchasing things for 200k in your head. But the thing that I don't like about that is because a lot of recreationals are already thinking about the money, they're thinking about the next pay jump. I feel like when I get down to 33, and I'm not talking from much experience, but the way that I would think a lot of elite regs view it is, okay, now's the chance, now's the time to start really leaning into a lot of people. People are looking at the pay jumps, they're already thinking about bagging for the evening, they're already thinking about getting down to the final 3, final 2 tables.
I agree.
Let's start going after them.
But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make it any deeper in the tournament. That's why, just because I'm going to start being more aggressive now or putting pressure on people doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to do any better than I would if I played tighter. So again, like no expectations. All I do is try and play every hand properly, you know, and then see where I come. That's all you can do, really. You play your spots and you see where you end up.
Yeah, that's more than fair.
Kabaze in this 4-way pot finds himself with the best hand.
Fazel with the double gutter, 2-tone board. May decide to let this one go. Hang on, wait, Ashkenazi is called with the 4s.
Yeah, you know, got a gut shot.
Okay. Alright. Sorry for 5 rolls off. In before the 5 rolls off.
4 clubs. All day long.
Just going to turn the 4s.
Ashkenazi got some tricks up his sleeve as well, so it might not be a I need to get there
to
win type situation.
The 9 of diamonds needs to roll off.
Yeah, it doesn't like that river, Kabaze. A really, really terrible river is going to be super hard for him to call, and Ashkenazi is absolutely going to get this through, so. Yeah, there's so few bluffs left. Even a lot of front door spades that bricked are going to have a straight.
If I'm sat there with ace-jack, I'm snap calling the floor for the string bet. I'm like, no, that was 25k.
Nah, they'll rule it.
Dropped.
I think forward motion, pretty clear forward motion in that one. I think judge rules.
100%.
Go to jail. Do not pass go.
Right, listen, get Judge Rinder on the phone, okay?
Yeah. Well, if we're having phony judges, then you know you might get your way. We'll get Judge Judy. She knows what's up.
She does know what's up.
She doesn't take
Absolute
any nonsense.
boss, mate. Imagine Judge Judy as a tournament director.
Yeah.
Wow. There would be zero nonsense
Lan
from
Robinson.
what? Yeah, like whiny poker players like Alan Kessler get in the bin.
He'd never be able to play a tournament ever again. She'd just ban him.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Small size, throwing Kabazi off. Yeah,
Wow,
does let
let's
it go.
go. Ashkenazi.
Got moves, mate. He had he put a massive free bet in earlier with 10-9 suited. He opened 10-9 off under the gun, called 7-6 off out the small blind, multi-way off like 20 bigs, all sorts of drama. But he is chipping up nicely now, up to over 30 big blinds. Looks more like 40 big blinds plus. So he's more than comfortable at the moment. He's got a dirty stack though. I hope he notices.
Oh, it's a bad dirty stack as well.
Yeah, where you lose 20k when you find out.
Mate, what happened to your phone?
It's out of battery.
Your room's like 2 minutes away.
Oh, it's more than 2 minutes. I'm right down the end.
All right, it's like 5 minutes away.
Yeah, it's about 5 minutes away.
But you know you are free to leave at any point.
I am, but the time my phone died was just about when we went on break, and it was a 15-minute break, and I wanted to get food.
Okay.
So I thought I don't have time to do both, and food
okay.
is more important because next break the buffet's going to be closed. So.
Is it going to be closed though?
I think it finishes at 10.
All right, room service it is then.
Your room service. Or you can just go now. Get me a cake.
Nah.
Go on. I like the chocolate Swiss log thing.
Mate, I can't walk. It was leg day today. I was actually hobbling back to the booth. Tell you what we're going to do on Monday on our day off though. We are swimming from the Cove all the way over to the Premium. It's like a 1.5 kilometer swim. It's a really nice swim.
Okay, I'm in.
So that's why I did legs today, so I can rest them tomorrow. I don't want to be drowning. Leo!
Let's do it. Have you got your swimming stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, not the same professional stuff that you've got, but
professional goggles.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. No doubt, no doubt.
I would love to swim in the sea. As long as there's no sharks.
No.
Well, that's the Mediterranean, so actually there are.
Not here, there aren't. Is it the Mediterranean? You sure?
Is it not? The north. Oh, it might not be. What is it then?
Oh, of course, we're on this side. Yeah, it does.
Of
Wow.
course it's the Mediterranean. What else is it going to be?
It's not the Mediterranean.
What
I didn't think it was.
What is it then?
It's the Aegean Sea.
You sure?
Yeah.
100%?
I mean, I feel.
Google like Cyprus North Coast Ocean or whatever. Is Cyprus in the Mediterranean?
Mind you, even this isn't called the Mediterranean. So.
The Mediterranean is north of Africa, but I don't know if we are too north for that to count.
So what do you want me to Google?
Just Google, is Cyprus in the Mediterranean?
Ask the dog.
Yeah, in the Mediterranean. Anyway, 10's under the gun for Langer, or Langar. Learn something new every day when you're with me, don't you?
Yeah. Where do you think it's comes under? Europe or Middle East?
Cyprus.
Yeah.
North
Controversial.
Cyprus.
Wow. Mate.
I would say Middle East because it's Turkish, isn't it? So.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Ooh, we got a juice box of a hand. 2 times Ace King, 1 times 10-10. 10-10. Ooh, it's going to be a really interesting spot for 10s. Depends on what Faisal does. But I think Faisal's just going to jam, and then 10s are going to fold, and Ashkenaz is going to call it off, and it's going to be a chop.
Going to be incredibly.
I'm going to go for Middle East. Am I correct?
I don't know because I don't want it to
You
be.
don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything controversial on stream. Florian Deuce is saying, Henry Kilbane, try the baklava soaked in milk. It's the best dessert in the house. Florian, firstly, how you doing, dude? Long time no see.
Soaked in milk. Interesting. That does sound pretty delicious.
Absolute legend of the game, Florian. One of the best Romanian players.
Won Goliath.
Did he actually?
Yeah, he won the Goliath once.
Wow, one absolute. How do you even win the Goliath?
I know. It was after he won a big tournament in Vegas that summer as well.
Right, let's jump back into the action here, 'cause this is going to be one of the biggest hands of the tournament. We've still got players behind, by the way, that could wake up with hands.
Yeah, we could have a pair of queens hiding in there somewhere.
Langer's just like
Hating
grim spot.
I don't think it's
17 bigs.
super grim, to be honest. I think this is absolute best possible case scenario, and every other time we're like in not amazing shape. Depends on what you think of Ashkenazi though, because he has shown his a kind of tendency to put some wild 3-bets in, so it does change things slightly. But it's very, very in depth because Faisal has to know that as well. Both players have to be acting upon that accordingly. So I imagine Langer's just going to get out of the way, but certainly always a shame to fold this kind of hand.
Oh, 8-7 of clubs.
I know. Cool. So nobody found queens. And it's back to Langer.
Ashkenazi doesn't strike me as the guy to fold ace king, even if it is for 1.6.
No, absolutely no chance. He's just going to snap it off.
And Langer would be in incredible shape if he could find
Feels
the
so
call
unjust
here.
when you get it in a spot like this and it comes ace or king. Honestly, one of the most unjust spots in poker.
Yeah. Seen it before so many times. Played incredibly well on yesterday's feature table. And discipline laydown, I get it. Look at the action behind. He's open from under the gun, facing a 3-bet and a cold 4. And hello. Wow. Ashkenazi just like straight in the muck.
I'm shocked. Did not think that was coming at all. Would have wagered good money that he was just going to snap call. I'm very surprised. And when Faisal sees that one back, he's going to be like, okay, fantastic. About as good as it gets.
Honestly, man, like a lot of people often like reach out on Instagram, asking questions like how they can improve, and don't get me wrong, like studying, obviously going over some of the things that you mentioned yesterday makes a ton of sense, right, from like a theoretical standpoint. And I'm not necessarily using this hand as an example, but watching these live streams as well, for me personally in recent years, has just like taught me so much about general population tendencies.
Yeah.
Again, there's obviously an exception to the rule, but that doesn't necessarily change the rule. There's always an exception. But watching people like Lagner, who is clearly a competent reg, play against these types of fields, and they seem to be so consistent, it's because they trust their instincts and they deviate from what the solver would say and what the theory says against certain player types. And you look at this and you're just like, okay, well, this guy's just snap folding ace king.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, if that was you that called 4-bet, he would spike call you because you look like a reg.
He said something about amateur when he folded. I heard him say amateur in a foreign language, but I don't know what he was saying exactly. But yeah, I agree. I just always get called. I never get it through. I've never got it through in my life. Gave up bluffing years ago. It's interesting for me because when I first started playing, it was just a few years before like the dawn of solvers. They didn't even exist in any form at the time. So my first couple of years, or 3 or 4 years probably, were purely based on like intuition, live reads, population tendencies kind of stuff, playing with a very small player pool and just understanding how most people's brains naturally want to make decisions when they don't know what the right answer is.
Yeah.
So and then I built like from like a theory base on top of that in the later years, and I think that actually is a good thing. Like I think that worked well for my strategy because I find I've got a good solid mix of like knowing when to deviate but also knowing what I'm supposed to do, you know, and knowing when you should just play the right move and when you should play the wrong move, so to speak. There's a lot of art. You run into quite a lot of resistance when you tend to like go against the grain a bit or deliberately do something that you know is incorrect, quote unquote, because some of the new generations of people just treat solvers as if they're the holy grail, and if you don't play like a solver does, then you're making a mistake. But this is not. That is true in a situation where you're playing against a computer who's making perfect decisions. But humans are very imperfect beings, and you have to adapt to that. The very best people in the world just are exploiting the people they're playing against the hardest. But
especially in America, mate.
But that comes back a lot of the time. Like elite high stakes, high roller small fields, playing the best exploit against people comes back around to playing a very sound GTO strategy because your opponents are playing really, really well. Whereas in these tournaments, that's not always the case. So there's a lot more room to move away from the theoretical approach. And yeah, like you say, in America, it's just exploit city. If you're going over there thinking you're just going to play like a solver and print loads of money, you're completely leaving money on the table.
Yeah, I recall grinding with you back in the day. And just be like, what's Barbara doing again? Just like cold calling a 4-bet out the small. Like, how do you adjust to this?
You fold. You give up immediately. As soon as Barbara's in there.
I was just like cold called to Jack 10 suit because she wanted to see it flop. Yeah. Langer taking the spot against the cut-off open.
Yeah.
Effectively general. Hello.
Interesting one, yeah. The positions are late enough that I think Pashugin is going to perhaps end up putting this one in. Langer could definitely have worse hands than ace-jack here. Small blind versus cut-off for 13 bigs. So expect to see Pashugin get it in bad shape here, but he won't be making a mistake in the progress, in the process.
Why do people always have cooler fashion choices than me?
That's not hard, is it?
That El Patron hat. It's cool.
Is it?
I think it's cool.
Fair enough. That explains why people always have better fashion choices than you.
We are both a scruffy pair of.
Yeah, we are. I couldn't care less what I look like.
Yeah, neither could I. That's my problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's freeing. Why does it matter? Who are you trying to impress?
I don't know.
She already fancies you.
True. Yeah. They all do. Pachugin down to its final 11 bigs. 12 effective. Big blind already in. 33 left. No pay jumps.
No.
Anytime soon.
I've just been thinking about baklava soaked in milk for a few minutes now, so sounds delicious. But the ace-jack does manage to find the fold, gets away from a cooler situation. I certainly wouldn't be folding ace-jack there. Big blind versus small blind versus cut-off versus who I perceive to be a solid reg, and the opener I perceive to be very wide and playing a big stack. You would have to pry ace-jack off from my cold dead hands. And I'd probably be heading out.
Out the door in 33rd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another near miss.
Disappointing result. Go home. Tell my family I failed.
And they're just like, we
do you
know
ever
that.
win? Yes, Mum. It's not very often. That's how the game works, all right?
It's like, well, in chess, best players always win.
It's true. That's why I don't play chess. I want to give them all a chance. Zaya not going to be interested with Jack 3. Grigorev in the cutoff with the ace-5 off. Could see this one getting opened. Does cover a couple of players behind, so good spot to exert pressure. Ace-X becomes much more relevant when you're opening into shorter stacks because you heavily block those rejam ranges, so that's super important. Like ace-5 off is a lot weaker in this spot at like 100 big blinds deep because then playability matters because you're not going to get into pre-flop battles so much. But yeah, he just goes for the shove here into 3 kind of 10 to 15 big blind stacks, which I really like. Good play. Gets it through. Up to 1.4.
Alessio Asaya, old school Italian OG, by the way.
Got
WPT
nice
winner,
scores.
IPT winner in Italy, San Remo rather.
Oh,
and
back in the
Venice.
day.
Back in the day, yeah, old school.
2009, 2011.
I remember seeing like there's actual WPT footage from that, like
WPT
actual
Venice.
stream.
Wow, I bet that was absolutely unreal.
Like actual stream. IPT, MPP came second.
IPT doesn't even exist anymore.
No, it doesn't, no. MPP opener event, covered that, 94k.
So yeah, several good results, really solid. What's the total
Second for a
cashes?
bracelet. 2.5 million, yeah.
Nice, very nice.
What else have we got? Yeah, a lot of like healthy 5-figure scores. 1, 2, 3, 6 6-figure scores.
Barzi +3 out of the way with the 10-8.
Whatever happened to Greg Merson, man?
He won the main event and then probably just quit playing because it's like I got $8 million now.
Oh, did he actually win it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
Understandable. I'd probably do exactly the same, to be honest. If I won $8.5 billion, you'd never hear from me again.
It's crazy because he won the main and then. Wow,
After winning 4 days before, he won a 10k six max for 1.1 million. I didn't know that.
And then just a month before that came 5th.
Thank you.
Oh, I did not know that. That's insane.
Wow, $10 million WSOP. What a life. We got an all-in at developing here. Shafagulin is all in for his last 2 big blinds. Was ahead briefly for a second there on the turn, but Ashkenazi with the re-get there on the river. And Shafagulin going to be eliminated in 33rd place.
Thank you, God.
Good game.
GG's. Yeah, you're right. He just dropped off the face of the earth for a good couple of years.
Only plays WSOP by the looks of that.
Hasn't played a live WSOP. Oh no, sorry, he did. Yeah, he did.
Did you have?
Played this main event. Like not even that many results, just 2 bracelets. Won the event
Heater
number
of
seven.
essentially, that's insane. 2 10Ks back to back, and one of them was they're both WSOP bracelets.
Well, 3rd of July.
Yeah.
2020.
So he literally registered the next day for the WSOP.
1.1 mil. Registers 4 days later because it was November 9 back then.
Yeah.
So don't forget that because Reg was on the 7th, but he would have won it in November.
Yeah.
For 8.5. And then fast forward. 3 months after he wins the main, goes to the PCA, comes 2nd in a 25k high roller for just shy of $1 mil. Continues grinding for like a year and then just pieces out.
Yeah.
Don't blame him. Yeah, you're right. On life.
Still 90th on the all-time money list, even though he hasn't played for like 10 years or something.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy.
That's what winning the main event will do for you. Kabazi opening up the King Queen off under the gun +2. Langar getting out of the way in the cutoff, and King Queen suited on the button for Pichukin. Playing only 11 big blinds now, so expect to see this get moved in. Does eventually put it in.
Those of you just joining us over on YouTube or Facebook, this is the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. Day 3, deep into day 3. Henry Kilbane alongside Leo Worthington-Lees in the commentary booth. Tomorrow, on Sunday, 20th of November, we're going to be playing down to a winner. The eventual champion's going to be going home with over $200,000.
I'm not being funny, but that's going to be an extremely long day.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I don't think it is, mate. I want to look at the structure sheet. I'll have a look. It's Cabeza does
make the call eventually. It's going to be a chop most of the time here, but Pichukin does have 7%, and Kabazi does have the potential to make 2 different flushes. 2 hearts. Kabazi picks up a bit of equity. Heart on the turn to make it sweaty as always. 10 of diamonds, chop it up.
never easy. Final day.
10-minute clock.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that long.
No, fair.
Let's have a quick look.
8 cents.
So it was 624 entries, right?
Yep.
100k. We've got 32 left.
Average 40 bigs.
What's the big blind at the moment?
50k.
Yeah, blind's going up any minute now though, right?
Sure.
All right, like 20 minutes. Average 40 bigs.
33 bigs if the blinds go up, still chunks. We'll see, yeah, maybe you're right. I'm sure they know what they're doing. They've run a few of these, haven't they? So.
Well, it's only going to take 10 hours from now, 10 more levels for there to be 100 big blinds in play.
Yeah.
120 big blinds in play. At big blind 500k.
Yeah, so that could easily be like.
So that's the 2 more hours that we got now. The
Oh
2
yeah.
more levels.
And
So
then
this
8
level.
tomorrow.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
8
but then
tomorrow.
after 8, that could be like 5-handed, 6-handed, 120 bigs, 20 big effective.
Don't be ridiculous.
It could be.
I mean, it could be, but
easily be
I've covered
5-handed.
a lot of tournaments. Like, it's very rare, unless it is like an absolute stalemate throughout the entire final team. And you don't have like an overwhelming chip leader or like a bunch of short stacks. Then yeah, sure. But
Possible. We'll see. You're going to eat your words. We're going to be here until 11 o'clock the next day.
I mean, we should start prop betting in the booth. You know?
Well, we're obviously not going to do that.
What, prop betting?
No, I mean be here till 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We can prop bet if you want, though.
It would be fun. Let's
Didn't
spice
work out
things
too
up.
well for you before, though, did it?
Wait, what?
That's the old swimmer. The old swimmeroo.
I regret paying you that, you know.
Yeah, you think you could have? Well, you could have done it now. Maybe
I
you've had a bit
do.
of practice. You've been going to the gym, but back then you're a sack of potatoes.
True, that's true.
Smoking 20 cigarettes every break.
Literally. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Nah, you couldn't have done it. Trust me. Drawing dead.
We'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah,
See.
no, I don't doubt it now. But
No, I'm curious to see what we'll do to on Monday. Is we'll both obviously we'll set off together anyway. We'll do the whole swim together, but you'll lead the way, so you set the pace for us, and I'd be very curious to see where like you think the 500 mark is.
500 meters.
500 meters, yeah.
Okay.
Because I would have no clue. I wouldn't know how to measure
500
it.
meters in a pool would take me roughly. Minutes.
Is that like a minute in length?
No, it's less than that. It's 30 seconds, I think. 30 seconds every 25 meters, roughly. 25 to 30 seconds per. So it's about 1 second per meter, basically. So it'd take me about 500 seconds, which is just under 10 minutes, like 8.5 minutes. That's like my very consistent pace in a pool.
You don't get gassed out.
No.
Not after 500.
I do 2K at that pace.
Wow, that's impressive, mate. It's very impressive. I'd be very, very keen to see your form at the moment, because I remember when you first started getting into it, I was already impressed. After you'd only been doing it for a short while.
Yeah, I've definitely put a lot of hours into the pool. It's such a therapeutic place to be, you know. Whenever I've been feeling like down or low energy or just like unfocused, bit depressed or whatever, swimming just never fails to make me feel good. Doesn't give you like that full body sensation. You just don't get that anywhere else. Running is like a little bit close.
I love running.
You do get a similar buzz from running, but swimming just, I don't know, there's something about it makes me feel so strong.
Oh, hello, 9 in the window.
Wow, and Ashkenazi flopping top pair as well.
Fortunately for Ashkenazi, it's the 7 kicker.
Yeah, see what Levy decides to do here. Back up to 2.8 million. How did that happen? Didn't he lose a massive pot? He did lose a massive pot. That flush one. Did he have that many chips before? Wow.
Yeah.
He had like 3.8 million, didn't he? Yeah, makes sense, I guess. It was about $1 million each. And Levy just going for the call. Absolutely love this. Protecting all those draws that he's going to have here, leaving himself far less exploitable on later streets. I think this is something a lot of people miss as well. They just fast play their good hands here without realising that makes them very, very exploitable on later streets after they call the flop. Queen of Hearts on the turn might slow things down slightly, but Levy definitely still has a more than strong enough hand to go for value, especially facing the check. When Ashkenazi bets the flop and then checks the turn, he's very likely to have 10x, much more 10x than draws, I think. And does get out of the way quickly on the turn though, but yeah, what else are you going to do? He's just fixed his dirty stack as well. It's nice, satisfying.
Thought you were going to go out there and tell him.
Yeah, I would have if he'd kept it there for 10 more minutes.
Ja, besser. Tell me that you're out.
Grigorev deep into day 3. Sub 30. Couple of ladies.
Really nice. Great time to start picking up hands.
Deep in a tournament. Can't wait till we all have chips implanted, and when we play poker, you just have your Google Oculus glasses on and they just pop up in front of you. I'm sick of looking down at like Ace King suited as my first 2 cards in PLO 5 card, and then the next 3 cards are just 8, 7, 3.
You
Rainbow.
just want to see them all at once.
Just want to see them all at once. It's the same in Hold'em. Like just
I like the peel.
Nah, come on. You
There's
like-
nothing better than like having a first card ace and then sneaking that little bottom corner. There is nothing better.
That's disgusting. Why would you want to do that?
Oh, because I love peeling Queen 4 because I'm a sicko. I peeled Queen 4 the other day so many times in a row. It was unbelievable. Honestly, I was like, one of these has to be queens, surely. But no.
No.
Kabaze making the defend out of the big blind with the ace-10. Whiffs flop. No club. But we're going to probably see him defend once more versus the small size.
Yeah, 6th pot. It was a very reluctant, like, yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
1/6 pot. No club in hand. Ace of diamonds, somewhat relevant.
Ace high going to be the best hand, a decent bit here, so can't afford just yet. Hitting ace is going to be pretty good as well because it's going to be a card that Grigorev continues to bluff, but Kabaze just making a very disciplined laydown.
Yeah, under the gun, opening off sub 30. Really only beating like king, queen, ace 4, ace 5 suited.
Got good equity against pocket pairs though, ahead of some flush draws.
It's true.
Also, like just getting 6 to 1 or something, even versus a jack. A jack that doesn't share a card with you.
You're too many layers deep though, mate. Giving away all the strat.
Sorry.
It's not your job.
Sorry, I thought it was my job.
you get text messages, I promise you. If you know how many times, like I've...
Stop telling people how to play poker.
Yeah, I've actually had like end bosses, and I mean proper end bosses being like, Henry, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm commentating. They're like, but why are you saying these things?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I'll never give up my live reads information. I'm keeping that till I'm in my grave. But I don't mind, you know, just whatever. There's enough out there, isn't there?
Oh, he sounds like Charlie Carroll. Just like, hey, don't comment if you see it in the video. Don't you dare leave a comment in the YouTube comments.
Yeah.
But if you see it, keep it to yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. Some things are better left unsaid, but a bit of strategy advice here and there doesn't go amiss, does it? That's what people want to hear when they watch these streams.
I think they want to hear about our skiing adventures and your skiing adventures.
What we got up to in Bali. Why you were naked in the pool?
It was pretty boring in Bali, to be fair. We just had a grindhouse.
Was it? Was it indeed? Nothing of note happened at all. Ashkenazi under the gun +2 bumps it up to 120 with this ace deuce suited, and Kabaze contemplating making a move here with the ace 7 suited. But eventually lets it go. I think we want to peel there a decent bit of the time with our suited ace-x. Especially against one of the wider, kind of more splashy players. Grigorev in the big blind going to come along and defend his queen 3 suited, playing the 30 bigs. Grigorev a bit of a live tail box. Flops bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw, and Ashkenazi flopping top pair and a gut shot, so a bit of something for each player. Ashkenazi continues 135 into 310, just under half.
Whoa.
Grigorev going to continue. Grigorev with his backdoor flush draw. Move into 2 pair, be pretty well disguised as well. 6 on the turn, no, doesn't change anything. Ashkenazi Still a big favourite. Might see Ashkenazi check back here though. Does decide to just quickly check back, and rivers are straight. And this is one that is really good for Grigorov to start bluffing, so wouldn't be surprised if we see a pretty chunky bet here from Grigorov. And Ashkenazi won't be going anywhere.
Now that you've pointed out live tells, just
can't stop noticing it, can you?
Yeah, no, 100%. This is the.
But does decide that his
Fair
showdown
play.
value is enough.
Fair play. I was just thinking of that Danny DeVito meme where I'm just like, so anyways, I started blasting.
So anyway, I started blasting. The thing is with this spot, as your Grigorov, is like, what else are you really going to have? If you don't start bluffing a hand like a 3 or a 4, what are you really going to have? Because you don't have anything worse. And that's how GTO approaches how should I bluff, what parts of my range should I bluff with. It's
construct a bluffing range?
Yeah, what's the bottom of my range? And he's going to have some worse 3x, you know, but it's only going to be like 10-3 Jack-3 suited. He's going to have a bunch of straights and a bunch of 2 pairs on that run out, so Queen 3 would definitely make it in there as a bluff for a solver.
Blufferino Cappuccino.
He's
got dirty stack again. What is he doing?
Mate, this guy, honestly, he's doing it just to tilt me. His whole purpose came to this tournament just to put me on tilt.
32 remaining. Got about an hour and 10 left on the clock. Everyone guaranteed $6,435 for their efforts. The pay jump's starting to get big now. $1,000 pay jump when we get down to the final 26. Not sure if we're going to get there tonight, as the pace of play has slowed down considerably. Average stack around about 40 bigs.
Let's compete together and find a table, not here.
300 people over on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. Do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please do go ahead, hit that like button. Drop us subscribe as well. We're going to be putting out a ton of content, not only throughout this festival, but the plans for 2023 are pretty insane. Ooh. So a lot of poker content going to be released over on YouTube and on Facebook as well.
Grigorov in a small blind with the King 10 offsuit, playing at 26 bigs, but it is less than that. The effective stack, I believe, Langer in the big blind only has around 15 bigs, so I expect to see Grigorov move all in here. Does, right on cue. Langer, yeah, just over 15 bigs. Queen 6 off though, into the muck. Blinds up, 30k, 60k. Bringing that average down, stack down a little bit to about 33 bigs. Still plenty.
So quick dealer change blind going up from to 30,000, 60,000.
Yeah, so from 2050 to 3060. So what's that per orbit? You've gone from 120 to 150. It's not that big.
Oh no, it's not. Sorry, I thought it was 2040 for some reason. Yeah, that's not that big. It's 30,000, 60,000 with a 60,000 big blind ante. That
Traditionally, both blinds do go up. That is how it works.
Yeah. So now there is 1,000 big blinds in play.
Yeah.
1,000 bigs in play.
I've got 400 of them.
You got 400 of them?
Yeah. I'm going to go back in a minute. I've just been sitting out for a while.
You're doing the Sean D, but you're multi-tabling.
Yeah, multi-tabling, commentary, and live warm-up deep run.
Hourly in here, hourly out there.
You know, you just got to get that money, don't you? Get that cheddar.
Get after it, even though the world's burning, doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about paper. Am I right or am I right?
Gonna buy back the Brazilian rainforest.
Yeah, good luck with that. It's already sold, mate. More money than we'll ever see in our entire life. Oh my God, fix your stack, mate. I'm going to come out there, I swear to God.
Oh, he actually hasn't fixed it.
Nah, he's never going to see that one either.
Oh no.
Hopefully somebody else tells him from this side.
Oh, he keeps touching him.
Distracting. Levy +1 opens it. I've seen a lot of this ace 3 off type stuff opening, which is definitely not anywhere near the range we're supposed to open, but I have seen a bunch of people doing it. I wouldn't try that at home. I get it if everyone's got like 20 bigs behind, but it's not like that. Like, there's plenty of stacks that can pip here. Grigorov got one of them. King Jack suited to go along with it as well. 30 bigs on the button. Oh no, less now. Blinds up. 24 bigs. Just going to be a peel.
Ugh. So grim. 12 bigs out small. Ace deuce spades. Can make a steel wheel. Snap marked.
Easy mark.
Yeah, for sure.
Pishugian in the big blind with a 10-8. I think we can definitely get away with peeling this one.
It's annoying because if Levy doesn't open, it falls around to Grigorev who opens it and we just get to rejam.
Yeah.
From the small.
Let's it go with the 10-8 though.
Yeah, that feels incredibly
Yeah,
tight
off these
given.
short stacks, like, you just want to be calling because your stack off threshold is much lower. 10-8 can flop a lot of decent draws that you can get it in with, and you often get folds on the boards that you do connect with as well because everybody's kind of quite condensed around that Broadway section, so...
1.3 million.
Queen 6-5, 2 hearts. Both players whiff completely. Not even a backdoor flush draw. Grigorev has some hint of equity in that backdoor straight draw and the overcard. Levy just with the bare overcard. Looks like it's not going to stop him though. Puts in the 100k c-bet, and I think Grigorev's just going to have to get out of the way.
I'm telling you, the old quarter pot on any board when you've opened from early position, just getting it done.
Yeah, this is not the one, but it gets it done. Don't know if we have any quarter pot out position on that type of board. Would be pretty surprised.
I think it's just a live exploit, mate.
Yeah,
just
it's like, I haven't got a very good hand, but I want to win this pot, so I'm just going to put a little bit of money in.
Yeah. And the thing is like when it works as frequently as it does in these types of fields where people just aren't floating correctly against you, like they're not even in position.
Yeah, not floating backdoors and stuff. I've seen a lot of like good backdoor combos getting folded on the flop.
Yeah. And like people just seem to be playing incredibly face up as well.
Yeah.
Just makes it really nice strategy to implement, and then it's just super easy to like give up when you just don't turn any equity or anything. Oh, what card did he turn over? He looks absolutely gutted. See what he's woken up with. Was it 7 of clubs?
Yeah, 9 or 7 or 9. Oh, not the 9.
Imagine if we see the 7 of clubs now with someone's hand as well. It's like, hang on a minute.
Nothing burger for everybody so far this hand. Don't think Langer's going to be pipping on the button with the 10-3.
Oh, come on, min open.
Pishugan in the small blind, 6-4 suited. See what he decides to do. I think a limp is the appropriate play.
Limpin is pimpin'.
Limpin is pimpin', especially with a hand like this. Does complete. Not Kabazi. Ashkenazi. ISO's out the big blind, the Queen 4. Love this. Great hand choice as well. One that's definitely in there. But it basically makes it absolutely massive. It makes like 4 racks, almost half the guy's stack. Just got to have a soul read, I guess. He's like, you're folding, aren't you?
Like 2.5 bigs achieves the same thing there. Like,
yeah.
well, at least I feel like it does. Maybe it doesn't.
I think it does. I think it does, yeah.
I don't know if it does.
Well,
mate.
he's going to probably peel 6-4 suited, but in terms of like creating an image for your range, it achieves the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't achieve the actual same physical thing, but
when you're trying to get a fold.
Yeah, when you're trying to get a fold, but screams I'm trying to get a fold, really, doesn't it?
It does, actually, when you think
like,
about
why are
it,
you going to make it 4x of aces when the guy's only limited off 10 bigs? Like, or even, I mean, maybe some people do it with ace king and stuff because they just don't want you to peel. But I think those can just jam as well. Like, we're going to have so many jams versus the limp. Isaiah with the Jack 10 suited.
Hello.
Under the gun +1.
26 beavers. Start the hand. Bumps it up to 125. One seat over in the low jack. Cabeza doesn't even think about it. Just discipline fold. Ace 8 of diamonds.
Ace 8 of diamonds. Yeah.
Grigorev. Suited one gapper. May want to try and peel one off.
Why does Grigorev make me think of Harry Potter?
Don't know, mate. I think that's a you thing.
Is there a character in Harry Potter called Grigorev or something like that? I don't know,
Oh, you mean the actual name or the way that he looks?
Yeah, no, the name, not the way he looks. Grigorev. I feel like there's a Gregor.
Cedric Diggory?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well, but I feel like there's a closer one. Grigorev. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, there is a Greg.
Oh, there's a Grigorovich or something like that, isn't there? Who's he? Why do I know that name? Grigorovich.
Oh, I think you're right, you know. It's not that.
So Google it, let's find out. Maybe he's a footballer. There is as well. Mikey Grigorovich. Who the hell is that?
Oh, he was the head teacher of. Oh no, he's not.
He was
the famous European wand maker.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's in one of the last ones, where you know they're looking for that fancy wand.
The Deathly Hallows. Yeah.
Yeah. And Harry gets like a dream about him being murdered or something. I don't think he's ever actually in that big time, but Grigorovich. Close enough. Take that. Something on the bubble. Must be a satellite or something.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Does sound like it.
Cabaze +1 with the King 9 suited. I imagine this one's going to be opened. Makes it 125. Grigorovich with the ace-4 off. In the muck. Langar, though, finds a hand finally to put his last 12 big blinds in.
All in?
Good luck, Langer. It's been incredibly patient. Nice to short stack. Well, found a spot. Taking it. 31 left.
Yeah, should be able to get it through as well, assuming the big blind doesn't pick up a hand. Which he does not. So Cabaze not going to be able to call this one off.
5% of the field left. 31 players remain.
Beeps.
Average stack 2 million.
Something like that. Whatever 5% of that. Wait.
Do the math.
5% of 300, 600 and something K, isn't it? So it'd be 3 million.
No. 62 million chips in play.
Yeah. 5% of that would be.
Yeah.
31 million.
All right, mate.
3.1 million.
I'll let you do the math again.
Would it not?
But
how would it not be? How is 5% of 61 million not 3.05 million?
So 62 million.
62 million?
Yeah.
So how is 5% of that not 3.1 million?
You're right.
I am right.
You are right.
Yeah.
But that's not how it works, is it, when you're trying to figure out the average stack?
Why not?
Because you take the
total number of chips divided by the number of players left.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's that divided by 31? 2.2 million. What am I doing wrong?
You're dividing it by 20.
I'm dividing it by the percent. Yeah, that's because that's 5%, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't know where we're going. How
are they different?
How are we getting this wrong here? Hang on a minute.
I don't understand how they're different.
Well, no, because we're calculating what 5% of
the total chips in play is.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is that's not how it works. Why is that not how it works?
I'm super confused. I'm trying to do the math here.
5% of all the chips in play with 5% of the field left should be the average stack. Right? I'm so confused at why it's not 3 million. I actually can't work it out. I don't get it.
624 players.
Would have 6.24
10%
million.
would be 62.4. 5% would be 32.2. So why are we not getting this number? Can someone in the chat, can anyone do the math for us?
Can anyone
here?
do maths?
I'm super confused.
Why is the average stack not equal to the total number of chips divided by the remaining percentage of the field?
And rather the players. 624 times 100,000 divided by no.
Times 0.05? 0.05, yeah.
Divided by?
Times 0.05. That gives you 5%. Yeah. So that's 5% of the total number of chips in play.
Yeah.
Ah, right. That's because the field size is not 100. I feel like I can picture where we're going wrong here, but I'm going to struggle to put this into words.
I'm the same. I know where we're going wrong, but I don't know how to articulate it. Because what we've just done is we've calculated what 5% of the total chips in play is.
Yeah, but that's not relevant because all of the chips are still in play.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right, there we go.
That's the mistake
Yeah,
we
that's
made.
the mistake we're making. We're equating 5% of the chips in play.
I
as
do
the average
apologise
stack.
to absolutely every single person
all the
out
time
there
of your life that you're not
just
getting
had
back.
to listen to that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
As us two absolute pigeons in the commentary booth.
Failed basic maths. Let's move on.
How incredibly embarrassing.
I think it's a reasonable confusion to make. I'm not going to let it affect me. You know, I'm secure in my.
Oh man, that was brilliant. Both of us were just looking at each other, just like, hang on a minute.
Why doesn't that work?
Where are we going wrong?
How are they not the same thing?
That's brilliant.
All right, we got there though. King 9 suited for Faisal on the button opens to 130k.
Thelma from Scooby-Doo in the background
Yeah.
during the chip race. Love that. Love this hoodie. It's the Darth Lord, the Sixth Lord. Vader hoodie on.
Kabazi, big blind, ace-5 offsuit, 30 bigs effective. This one goes into a jam occasionally in chip EV. But I think in ICM we're happy to just defend. No need to add all sorts of variants to our tournament. And it looks like Kabazi is going for the 3-bet not all in. Also a very nice option. Don't know how much ace-x we are supposed to use here. I think it's a lot more like king 4, queen 6 offsuit type hands that we use in this spot. 30 big blinds, big blind versus button. And the ace-x start getting used a bit more versus the cut-off and the hijack and the low jack. But still think as an exploit this is going to perform pretty well. And I think having a lot of bluffs from the big blind is going to be a pretty good idea in most live fields versus the button. And it gets the fold out, king 9 suited, which
that feels incredibly tight.
Yeah, it's definitely also supposed to peel.
It's the smaller 3-bet size.
Yeah, a lot of king x suited there. You actually peel there in chip EV with like king 5, king 6 suited. So a little on the tight side, but there is some ICM pressure, a reasonable amount now.
Right, I'm going to run and get some food, mate, because I'm absolutely starving.
All right, bring me back something nice.
You want food, yeah?
Just a cake.
Just a cake.
Yeah, a whole one.
Whole cake.
Whole cake, like a birthday cake.
Fantastic.
Or a wedding cake. So last level of the day. Got about 45, 50 minutes remaining. before all remaining players will bag up for day 4. Day 4, that is exciting. Day 4 in any tournament means you're doing pretty well. We will come back tomorrow for, not sure what blind level. Be interesting, I guess it would just be 40-80, won't it? Ashkenazi picking up pocket 7s, under the gun +2. Hits us with the 4.2x open to 250k, as you do. Gets through everybody so far, but Isaiah picking up ace queen suited on the button. I'm really interested to see how he responds to this massive open. Really, really interested. Wouldn't be surprised if he just peels, but this hand is so strong. He may decide that 30 bigs, he just wants to get it in now. Potentially pick up this pot pre-flop. If Ashkenazi has some raise folds for this size, it would be an absolute win for us. But yeah, it looks like he's just going to go for the call, which I don't hate. Hand plays very well in position. Unlikely to go multi-way, as Ashkenazi's given us a bit of protection with his large open. So Kabaze just moving out the way realizes that both these ranges are going to be pretty strong for this sizing. Isaiah not going to be calling anything worse than king queen off on the button, that's for sure. And Grigorev moves out of the way as well out of the big blind. So we'll go heads up, and we've seen a queen folded.
Can I have waters? Water. Water. Cold one, please. Cold. Yeah, cold is good.
Ace queen 3 board though. Isaiah absolutely smashing that flop. Now he's praying Ashkenazi has the ace king part of his range. Ashkenazi firing out the c-bet still. Not dissuaded at all by the 2 overcuts. And Isaiah, I imagine, just going to call here. Doesn't need any protection whatsoever, really just wants to keep Ashkenazi's entire range in. So very, very strong hand, no need to panic. Makes the call. 4 of clubs on the turn. Isaiah picks up the nut flush draw to go alongside his top 2 pair, and Ashkenazi doesn't want to slow down with his pocket 7s. You got to be thinking now, after our 4x it pre and c-bet the flop, there's not going to be a whole bunch of weak hands in this range that Isaiah is calling us down with. So surprised to see this barrel from a player who's previously got out of the way with relative ease in some spots. But Isaiah just obviously absolutely loving this. Absolutely nothing to be worried about. He can stack off on every single river in the deck. King, obviously the worst one, but still, we've got 2 pair. What are we going to do? And even the king of clubs is going to give us the nuts, so only 3 outs in the deck that are bad. Makes the call. Not sure what Ashkenazi's plan is here, but you're not going to be loving this at all. Maybe river in a 2 outer is his plan. Jack of diamonds on the river completes the board. Not too much for his eye to be worried about. It's a pretty good river. Doubt there's any king 10 in Ashkenazi's range. I mean, it could exist, sure, but if he has king 10, he has king 10, is what it is. If he's flopped a set, it's a big cooler as well when we're blocking both the sets that he's likely to have after making it this size pre. Ashkenazi just doesn't want to give this one up. Makes it 500k. And I think Isaiah just going to put the rest in a minute. Definitely wants to try and get the rest out of ace king here. Just makes the call, Isaiah, interesting. Ashkenazi has just absolutely blasted it off there, to be completely honest. Not sure what that hand was all about at all. Huge pot goes his eyes way, and I'm surprised his eye didn't jam the river, honestly. It seems like leaving money on the table versus somebody we perceive can definitely just have ace-king there. Like, why would Ashkenazi not just be all in on the river after those two big barrels? He could easily have just jammed the river or bet much bigger than 500k with a hand like ace-jack or a set or whatever. So I would have liked to see his eye jam there, because ace-jack is always calling. And ace-king in a world of pain. You want to just give your opponent that opportunity. Not enough for us to be worried about there, blocking aces and queens. But there we go. Got to get value in tournaments. It's very, very important when you've got good hands that you make sure you really are focusing on getting the maximum value, because that's really where all your chips come from, is playing your value hands well. And if you're leaving money on the table, you're just going to be coming up short in tournaments pretty often. You've got to really maximize those opportunities. I know obviously we can see Ashkenazi was never going to pay him off with the sevens, but it's not about his exact hand, it's about what hands can be left in that range. Ashkenazi finding another one to open now, down to $1 million though. Levy getting out of the way, and Faisal picking up 7-8 suited in the hijack, but I think we're just a little bit too shallow to peel this, and too many players behind. Doesn't look like Faisal got that memo though, and he decides to peel. These hands lose a whole ton of value. These kind of stat depths, it really becomes a high card blocker orientated game at 30 big blinds and below. So these hands just really shrivel up, because the properties of these hands mean that you're going to end up flopping lots of hands like gut shots, middle gut shots, pairs with like middle pairs or bottom pairs with backdoor flush draws and stuff like that. And hands like that require deep stacks behind to enable you to play them profitably, because you need to be able to let the hands unfold down the streets, you know, and play multiple streets with those hands, turn them into bluffs on later streets. But you just can't do that at these kind of stack depths, and the outright strength of these hands is not good enough. So Desire overcalls in the cutoff though with his pocket twos, seeing if he can just flop a set, which I think is pretty reasonable in this spot. Not too many players behind, and Ashkenazi opening from early position, so not going to get squeezed a whole lot. Grigorev in the big blind, close one as well, playing less than 20 bigs, but we did have a look at this spot earlier and we saw that 10-8 off and all those kind of things were getting folded. And when you add a bit of ICM pressure to this, oh, we have Jack 10 suited. Where did we get Jack? Oh, it was Grigorev that had Jack 9. So Jack 10 suited, yeah, obviously going to be an easy defend. That's cool. Four-way pot. Definitely a space for action here. 600k in the pot already, so Ashkenazi and Langer playing a pretty low SPR. Less than 2. Queen 8-6. 1 heart, 1 club. Langer flopping gut shot and a backdoor flush draw with his Jack 10. Not much for Ashkenazi. Faisal as well with middle pair. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Not sure if it's strong enough to start betting, but looks like he is going to. Going relatively big as well, 250 into 590. 40% pot bet into 3 players. 210, excuse me. 210, so more like a third. Getting the chips confused. Isaiah now with the pocket twos, just going to have to get out the way. Tough spot for Langer. Really interested to see what he decides to do here again. That's what I was saying about those 7-8 suited type hands. He's flopped one of those annoying kind of middle gut shots with a backdoor flush draw that you really, really want to peel, but we're just so shallow behind. Let's say we do peel over 1 million chips in the pot and 600k in our stack, leaving a very shallow SPR. So if we do turn a club and Faisal shoves into us, it's going to be pretty grim. But maybe he's planning on donk shoving turns that club or something like that. Guess we're going to find out. Just wants to ping off the 9 ideally, but yeah, we're not. It's tough. We don't have very many chips behind compared to the amount of the time we do actually improve in this hand. Queen on the river. Sorry, Queen of Hearts on turn. Really improves Faisal's hand a decent bit, reduces the likelihood that Langer had a queen. And also, we pick up a flush draw to go along with the middle pair. Might see Faisal just check back here. Langar's range is going to contain draws and Queen X on the flop, so we don't really need to put very much money in against that range. And 6 of clubs on the river completes the board. Faisal middle pair is best at the moment. See if Langar finds the bluff here, but he is probably going to be aware that he has a whole bunch of potential bluff candidates in his range, and Jack 10, not a particularly great one because we're blocking some of the potential hands we might get to fold, and we're not really blocking too much value either. So I expect this one to probably just go check, check. Faisal just hoping his 8 is going to be good and beating a draw.
Jack high.
Does go check, check. Faisal up to 2.5 million. Nice pot sliding his way. King 8 suited for Levy under the gun +1. I think we can definitely open this one. Playing over 50 bigs, almost 60 big blinds. So far so good for Levy. Got it through everybody. He's going to be at the very least in position should this one go to a flop. Langer with 10 bigs in a small blind, 10-9 suited, gets out the way. Discipline fold, knows what he's got to do. And Ace-6 suited for Pichugin in the big blind, playing under 7 big blinds. Be interesting to see what he chooses to do here. I think versus the early position, just defending is fine. We're going to get a C-bet on an A-side board every single time, so I think we should just call here to realise our equity. Decides to shove though. I think Levi's just got. Henry's just bought me a plate of cake. 2 cakes, shouldn't have. Levi just going to be forced to call this one off because it's not very many big blinds, and we are off to the races.
You tuck into that cake, mate. I'll call the action for this one. 1 million in the middle, 15 bigs, 17 actually. So, Pichugin to get back up to 17 bigs. Top and bottom for Levi. Nut flush draw. So if he's drawing dead, at least acting that way. 10 or a heart needed for Pichugin to stay alive. 31 left. No dice. 3 of clubs on the river. Deep run here, but not to be. As Leo flinches, just eating the cake at my booming voice.
Henry yelling.
To be fair, this is like the level that we should be talking at. But when it, you get 10 hours in the booth, and I don't care how much you think you love poker. All right, 10 hours in a room talking about the same odd thing. It can get tiring, and I honestly, I think I'm the first commentator that has started implementing this duo thing, right? And not a single person, none of the bosses, none of the top dogs that like have to approve everything, not a single person has come to me and said, no, you can't do that. About going to the gym or, you know, taking it in turns to like shift work. And the quality of the streams just goes up tenfold.
You shouldn't have told them we were doing it.
They already know. And I just say it with such confidence. They're like, where are you? I'm like, I'm at the gym. They're like, aren't you meant to be commentating? I'm like, no, Leo's got it. Don't worry.
Fifi came to look for you earlier.
Did she?
She was like, where's Henry? And I was like, he's at the gym. And she was like, the gym? I don't know if that was surprised that you go to the gym or surprised that you weren't here commentating. But.
Oh, man, that's brilliant. It's like, wait, he lifts? Doesn't look like he lifts, skinny boy. You do realise I bought those for both of us, and you just, yeah, it's all right, no big deal, it's fine.
Why would you put them both on one plate and then put the plate in front of me?
Well, because I was speed running to get back.
Well, you can have that one because it's rough.
It's rough? What do you mean it's rough?
It's not for me. Nutty base, not my kind of thing.
Oh,
well, you can have yourself. I don't want all of them.
Well, dive back into this hand.
Honestly, what kind of person brings somebody cakes on one plate, puts them right in front of them with a fork, and then goes, oi, one of them was for me, after I've eaten half of both of them? You put food in front of me, it's going to get eaten. Faisal opening the Jack 10 off under the gun +1. Isaiah just calls with the 9s. Oh, you missed what's his name? This guy.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely blast it off.
Well, all of it?
No, not all of it, but most of it. 30k, 60k, he opens to 250k with pocket 7s. Isaiah flats the bottom of ace queen of clubs. Comes ace queen 3, 1 club. Bet call. Turns 5 clubs. Bet call. Rivers a jack. Bet 500k call. Shows 7s. Isaiah shows ace queen and he just looks at his mate and he's like,
what am I supposed to do?
Can't believe he's got ace queen. Like, well, what do you think he had, mate? He peeled your 4x open pre, called the flop, called the turn. Getting pretty thin on the ground. Thin for hands there.
Some people just love the game.
They do. Faisal putting in the c-bet on the ace-7 deuce, 2 spades. Isaiah not ready to fold just yet with his red 9s. Makes the call.
Yeah, I've got to keep him honest.
Queen on the turn. Faisal picking up a gut shot.
Interesting combo to contemplate barreling with twice.
Yeah. I think we want a suited one, probably. Like, just helps us control our combos, and having a 1 spade is not amazing because we're blocking hands that start to fold. And we are blocking a strong continue in like King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, but there's going to be a lot of ace-x in Isaiah's flatting range in these positions. At this stack depth, he's going to have ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited at a decent clip. So we do block some of those as well. So yeah, definitely an interesting one. But just in favour of controlling frequencies. Because we're not always going to want to barrel it off here with ace-x. 3x on the river. Faisal with the decision.
Both flush draws do break.
Check. Check. Isaiah takes that one down with the 9s. Up. Over 3.5 million now, looking up for another deep run for Isaiah.
Yeah. Yeah, second place in the opener in the MPP just a couple of months back. Strong start here. The Merit Poker Vintage Series. Little 209k to kick things off.
Plus a juicy little package.
רגע, הכרטיסים של הזמן, מביאים לך מחדש, מחדשים את זה מחר?
Faisal opening once again under the gun this time.
So a few more hands going to be played today. Just receiving word.
A few more.
Last hand of the day is going to be hand number 149.
Okay.
6 more hands. Are we going to be bagging and tagging? 30 left. We'll find out. Current standings rather.
Current things.
Current things. Planet's on fire.
That is the current thing.
Leo's eating disgustingly heavy chocolate cake.
Don't know if disgusting is a word I would use.
And everyone's currently guaranteed $6,435 for their efforts, 4 away from that $1,000 pay jump. We got a few.
Don't think it's coming ace high.
Go on, give me odds.
2 to 1.
Maybe a little bit more than that.
2.2. Best I can do.
Yeah,
Oh, we get to watch the UFC when this is finished as well. So.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll go to the lobby and get them to put it on the big screen for us.
I'm Henry Kilbane. People do what I want.
That's the idea,
The
mate.
B-knock. Yeah, ever heard that phrase? B-knock? Big name on campus.
Well, it depends if they got the duck through there. Yeah.
Jack 8-7. Interesting decision by Isaiah to just peel the ace-king suited the ace-king offsuit pre versus the under the gun open. 35 bigs. Could have easily just been a 3-bet call. Perhaps trying to induce one of the shorter stacks behind to get it in.
Maybe just his style of play, you know.
Yeah, a little low variance. I mean, I definitely flick it in here sometimes. So
Yeah, these old school regs.
I think it's fine. Everyone flopping a little piece of it. Isaiah's got the 2 overs with the diamond. Faisal with the bottom pair. Ashkenazi with the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot on the flop. But it does go check, check, check. Jack on the turn, not changing anything. Faisal still has the best hand. And I think he might get to showdown with it, you know. It's not unreasonable that all these ace highs just try to check down. Can't see Isaiah starting to bluff now. Wouldn't make too much sense. 8 on the river, counterfeited, and it's a 3-way chop. Wonder if Ashkenazi takes a stab. He does love it, but decides not to. I think Faisal, still has enough showdown value to just check here. Ace high is going to be the best hand a lot of the time because a lot of the hands that are going to want to check down on this are going to be ace high and then like pocket pairs that aren't good enough to bet either street. And I think 9s and 10s are good enough to bet either flop or turn for either of these two guys. So there's going to be a lot of like 6s, 5s, 4s that got counterfeited. So ace high is just going to be the best hand still a lot. Decides to bet it, see if he can get a chop to fold.
So I'm now thinking, why didn't I just 3-bet pre?
Yeah, what have I done here? He may call it off here though. There's a good, I'd say there's a reasonable chance he calls here. Especially for this size.
Yeah. Someone playing a recorder
It
in the
sounded
background.
like it, didn't it? Badly as well. Yeah, it does call Isaiah a nice read of the situation. He knows that, like I said before, those counterfeit hands do exist, so there's no reason that Faisal can't have them as well, and no bet till the river.
Go on, Ashkenazi. Just find it, mate.
All in. Don't think either of them have got anything. I'm in.
Like a block 9s, block 9-10.
No way.
Oh,
Just calls for
wow.
the third of the pot. Ace high. Ace high? Ace high.
Same.
Very optimistic call there, and Faisal's going to be like, how on earth have I just got a third of this pot back after they both called the river? Honestly.
Wow.
Yeah, what a hand that was.
29 left. We got money being put in on the river by 3 players with ace high. We're playing for 200k. It's the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up 2k buy-in.
That river call was blown my mind, ace 9, honestly.
I actually think he's got a really nice bluff candidate.
Yeah, of course he does, but bluff catching is just so wild when his eyes already called, as if his eyes just called him like king high or something. Like at best you're chopping with his eye.
Yeah.
You're calling to win 50% of the pot at absolute best. Like you never beat both of them ever.
Well, I think that's what his logic was, and I don't blame him.
He's like, oh yeah, Faisal can be bluffing and then I'm just chopping it with his eye.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Faisal's opened pocket fours and now he's trying to like whatever.
Could be that.
So I don't hate it, but I want to know who was playing the recorder in the background.
More important. And why?
Let's go. Hot 15 minutes.
15 minutes. I don't think it's even 15 minutes, isn't it, buddy?
Oh yeah, it's 15 minutes for them.
Oh yeah.
And then it's probably last 3 hands, given that
2.2 is good.
we're finishing at hand number 100 and what was it, 59?
1.8. I'm not greedy.
149?
I think so, yeah.
Let's run it up.
So that's 100 quid you owe me now, mate. I mean, you're laughing, but...
Fine, take it. See if I care.
Rob Young saying he's going to be over here in a few days.
Oh yeah?
Love to see it.
We had a Rob Young lookalike on the stream for a bit earlier.
Did you? I don't know what's going on, but yeah, he's flying over on the 25th. He's going to be here for the main. Obviously, Rob Young and the Luxon Pay team, the team behind the MPP,
Some
in
kind of
partnership.
deal going on, isn't there?
In partnership with.
Grigoriev opens the hijack with the ace-jack off, and Langar gets out of the way in the cutoff with the ace-5 suited. Perhaps just thinks Grigoriev's range is too strong off this kind of stat depth. 16 bigs, 17 bigs. Good read. Levy in a small blind with the king-6 suited. This one could get free bet for sure at this kind of stat depth. Could go for like a 325 to fold.
1 million, yeah?
But does get out of the way. Faisal in the big blind 9-4 offsuit. Think we're just going to fold this one too, and Grigoriev going to take that one down. 5 more hands to go.
Fold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh.
Yes, man. Oh, we're gonna see it anyways. Okay. Better this one.
Oh. The check.
If there's 10% of the field left, isn't the average stack 10 starting stacks? That makes sense. So then when there's 5% of the field left, the average is 20 starting stacks.
That's what I calculated it by,
yeah.
and you completely threw me off.
Yeah.
Completely threw me off.
Yeah, I threw myself off.
Because normally when you like come up with a counter argument to something I say, it's normally spot on.
Yeah.
So like I'm like
second guessing.
Yeah, I'm like, hang on a minute. He's gaslighting me again on stream.
Trying to make me look stupid here or what? No, I was just being the stupid one. But that's okay, it happens. We can deal with that. Won't be the last time. Say something.
Oh, you got to laugh at yourself when you make a fool of yourself, and you can't take yourself too seriously all the time.
I'm glad it's not
Whatever. Go on, Ashkenazi. I disagree with Ever. I think there's sometimes you need to take yourself seriously. Like gym, studying, all that good stuff.
All that good stuff.
Big up Ashkenazi. 3x with the diaper. The dirty diaper, as they like to call it in, what was it, Louisiana?
Yeah. Gets it through though, doesn't he? Boss man. Boss man Tings.
Back up to just shy of 20 bigs. Bit of breathing room.
Not going to be 20 bigs for much longer though.
No, I was about to say, I feel like the same rules don't apply to Ashkenazi when it comes to breathing room. It's either 100 bigs or no bigs.
Yeah, he is one of those guys. Wow, I forgot I had a muffin this morning as well. Today has not been good. But I did have 2 oranges.
I only had like 2 bites because it's, yeah, full cake 2 hours before bed. Although if we are going to watch, what did you call me? The B-knock?
The B-knock, the big name on campus.
Big name on campus. Where did that come from? The skiing
No,
chalets?
I heard it years ago. Years and years
It must
ago.
have been from like the skiing chalets or something.
No, I think it was just from when my mates were at uni.
Ah, okay.
You know, uni campus, big name on campus. B-knock.
That's hilarious.
Include, yeah?
Doesn't get used very often. I haven't heard it. I've never actually heard it outside of that. I don't even know where I heard it from.
I mean, it's so fitting when you're
Isn't
at
it?
uni, because at uni you do think you are the most important person in the world, and it's not until life humbles you in your 20s and you realise that, hang on,
I'm insignificant.
You're like, I used to get the best grades in my class of 30, and now I'm out in the real world.
There's 1,000 people.
Yeah, it's just like, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, life certainly does
knock you down a few pegs.
Has to. Funny old world.
Yeah.
Got a feeling this levy's going to run deep, and this 3.7 been pretty relentless. I mean, this is just incredibly out of line.
It is out of line indeed.
But
I wouldn't say it's incredibly out of line, but there is a notable drop-off in equity between Queen 8 and Queen 7.
Yeah. I don't think he's thinking about that. I think he's just thinking,
I wanna
we
win
are 7 minutes away from bag in for day 4.
I'd like to make my stack a nice round 4 million.
There we go.
Now he's going to ease off.
Picture in the group chat, lads. Day
4
4
mil.
incoming.
4 mil.
That 5 ball looking like it could convert into 10k. God, nothing like buying action from a friend.
Winning chunks.
In the deep
tomorrow when you bring new
weeds
assignments,
of
right?
day 5, day 6.
So I'm gonna just thank him.
Should ask Endra. He's got more experience than anybody.
Endra is every time. I mean, I just messaged him directly. And I'm like, look, mate, I'm thinking about putting a post out for this event. I thought I'd just message you first, because you always buy regularly.
If somebody in the UK has a 5-figure score, Endra had a piece. That's a rule of life. Only 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and Endra having a piece of somebody's 5-figure score or more.
Oh, I wonder if he has like a spreadsheet. I don't think he doesn't strike me as
Just
a
all
person that
green.
does. Doesn't strike me as a person that does. He's probably just like, yeah, like he's like, oh, I forgot about that.
He's got it. He's got it in the notes of his old Nokia 3310 that he uses, you know, or written down, carved into the wall, and just like
in crayon.
Yeah, crayon, whiteboard in his kitchen or something.
Oh,
nah, he's a bit more organised than you think. I've been to his place a few times, and he's got an office full of whiteboards.
There's a difference between whiteboards and being organised in spreadsheets.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he's a spreadsheet kind of guy, but he occasionally does admin.
Because me and my group, it's kind of ridiculous. I'm the worst out of my entire group.
I'm absolutely terrible. I haven't done admin in years. The only thing I just do, every time I sell action for a tournament, I just open a note on my phone, write down who bought what, close it at the end, send all the money back, and then delete the note. Like, I don't do any spreadsheets or anything like that.
Oh yeah, I mean that's still solid. You still got proof of who's got what.
Yeah, I just do it one tournament at a time. That's just the way I operate. I don't like to spend loads of time doing boring stuff.
Yeah, no, I just got individual tabs with different people.
Yeah, I've only got one tab.
Fairly sure I
just always settle.
Yeah, I was about to say I think I owe some people money, but
yeah, you owe me a few grand.
Yeah.
Isaiah opening the button, the ace-4 off, and Grigorev putting in the very, very sexy 3-bet out of the big blind with the queen-5 offsuit. Love this. Great hand selection too.
You just love any aggression, big blind versus button, don't you?
No, this is legit solver land strategy. Because you don't want to use your great read from Isaiah. Love that. Using the ace-x blocker. Realizes this is a spot that the meta has kind of shifted. This used to be, it's like those things, you know, where a hotspot gets discovered, and as soon as it spreads a little bit throughout the community, it suddenly just starts being overdone over and over and over again.
For sure.
The spots these days. Big blind 3-bet.
Yeah.
But you need to push. And you push.
Pocket 4,
No, ace 4 diamond.
Isaiah realizing there that when we 3-bet not all in off a stack that size, we're going to have a lot of jams pre-flop, right? For 20 big blind versus button.
Yeah.
So he realizes that when the 3-bet is not all in, they're repping a very, very polar range
I
of
think
like
people
aces
are
and kings.
super imbalanced in that spot.
Super
right?
unbalanced, exactly. And Isaiah's just trusted his read in that spot, knows he's got an ace in his hand, so he's blocking combos of aces and ace-king. I mean, what are you going to do about it? Really, really good day. You gotta be very confident that the big blind is overdoing it. So nice read.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of that, especially like you said in recent years,
Italian.
where
I don't know.
people hear something, but they don't actually understand it in depth. They've just like seen it at face value, like a one-off, or they've seen Fedor do it or whoever. And then a couple of people be like, "Oh yeah, you're meant to be turning this into a bluff," but they don't understand the frequencies or what they're meant to be doing it
You
at.
know, these are the right hands, but it doesn't mean that every time you have this hand you free bet. It means these are the hands you choose from, and then you use some kind of strategy to decide how often you do it.
Look at the qualities and components of a hand. And
exactly. People like to randomize, but I think there's always a reason to do something. You know, like, or if you know that you're supposed to do it at a frequency, it doesn't mean it has to be a random frequency. It means that I think personally you should be aware that it's a frequency and then use different small pieces of information to decide which route you should take, such as player type, stage of tournament, tendencies, etc., etc., your image, their image, all sorts of stuff. But a lot of people just simplify it to randomizing, which is also fair.
All right, so 1 minute left on the clock.
Why, you was afraid to bust him and then
Before
to put
we
the big
call
blind?
it a day.
Yeah. Had a very interesting conversation about frequencies, interesting description about frequencies the other day, where the reason you do stuff in frequencies is, if you think about it like this, let's say somebody opens and you have you're like Queen 6 off is my bluff hand here from the big blind. If you always 3-bet that hand, you're setting yourself up to run into it every time they have aces or kings. You're going to run into it because you're 3-betting every single time, right? Whereas if you do it at a frequency, you leave the door open for you to pick the perfect route through where you 3-bet them for the rest of time at the right frequency. Let's say it's 30%. You 3-bet them 30% of the time with Queen 6 off. You leave the door open for you to 3-bet every single time they've got a bad hand. And then every time you call, they've got aces or kings. That becomes a possibility. Whereas if you 3-bet every single time, you're guaranteed to run into it sometimes when they've got aces or kings. I found that super interesting. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm just
processing
everything you're saying. That's some Charlie Carroll run good.
But
shit right there.
yeah, leaves the door open for that to happen.
I'm big blind.
Super interesting.
that's it, finish.
That really.
Oh, I'm going to definitely have to pick your brain on that a little bit more after the stream. Last hand of the day. Day 3 of the Merit Poker Vintage Series warm-up. 2K buy-in with a 500K guarantee, which we absolutely smashed out of the park. Everyone's got their hand up in the air looking for that ball. It's gone over the fence, over the top of the stadium roof. 1.15 million in the kitty, plus the packages to Montenegro on top of that.
Very juicy indeed.
Tomorrow it's looking like we're going to have 29 players left, although Langer, aware of the fact that Levy's been really abusing this end of day 3 bubble, may take this A7 spot for his final 7.5, 8 bigs. See how this one plays out. And tomorrow, Leo and I are going to be calling the action all the way down to a champion.
That's going to be a good day.
Eventual champion going to be going home with $209,000 plus a package to Montenegro.
Plus a nice 5-star all-inclusive holiday in 2 months' time. Yeah, what a life. 3 months' time. Hang on, really thinking about it. Ace-7 off, super junky though, that's the problem. But when you're so shallow, it doesn't matter too much. What is important is, do I have the best hand or not? That becomes much more important at those shallow stack depths. Just running it when you have a 60-40 edge is massive. Ace-5, obviously going to be the best hand to hit a bunch. Does he want to bust last hand of the day? Does he want to bag up 6 bigs for tomorrow? So many questions. 5.5 big blinds to come back to, I think. If he folds here, it's going to be 40-80 tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's also the randomness of potentially being in the big blind tomorrow with the redraw.
Yeah, exactly. But he does make a disciplined fold.
Yeah,
and
good
he's
fold.
Got out of the way of a bit of a potential bust out there. Ashkenazi flicks it in off just a few big blinds with the 4-3 off, but we did have a look at this chart earlier, and it's a call down to 4-2 off for Chip EV. That would change slightly with ICM. Well, actually significantly. These ones will start getting folded pure, but Ashkenazi flicks in the snap call on the flop. Don't think that's going to worry Levi too much. Levy. 10 on the turn doesn't change anything. Expect this one to go check, check. Does. Brick on the river, check, check. 7's going to take it down.
So
Yeah,
Levy.
do us.
Levy up to 4.6 million. Bit of a tear there towards the end of day 3.
Very nice.
What an epic day of poker. Played down through the money. 97 return. We are down to the final 29 players. And tomorrow, going to be coming back for day 4 coverage of this Merit Poker Vintage Series, where Leo Worthington, Lise, and myself, Henry Kilbane, are going to be calling the action. Where we are going to be, calling the action all the way down to a winner, where the eventual champion is going to be going home with $209,000. Leo, end of day 3, thoughts on, you know, how these guys are going to go study some ICM and they're just going to call it a night?
Do you know, I would say that probably like less than 1% of the field will go home and study something, which is like 0.3 players at this stage.
Fair.
But you know what I mean. I would say probably like a couple of these guys will go home and maybe rewatch a couple of hands off the stream. You know, get answers to spots that they weren't sure about, and maybe run some spots. But I feel like most people do their studying, play a tournament, and then study again afterwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, great tournament, and still some interesting characters left in. So I think tomorrow is going to be a fun day.
Definitely going to be a lot of fun with 6 figures up top. Back tomorrow from 12:30 Eastern European time. We'll see you tomorrow.
It happened.